Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. We are 30 minutes to the opener here on Saturday night. Just saw the video package. It's the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Here tonight it goes as race 11 on the program. The only change so far is in race 2. You can take out the 8 Nazaire, scratched sick. Race 2, take out the 8 Nazaire. The track is going to be labeled good to start. Looks like the rain has subsided here. Slight breeze out of the southeast, few clouds in the skies. We are 30 minutes from the opener. Looks like we actually just made that 39. Going to start about 10 minutes later here. 39 minutes to race 1. Again, the only change in race 2. Tonight is the night $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. 3-year-old open pacers. Invitation event goes as race 11. We'll be back with about 15 minutes to post to run through scratches and changes. For now, I'm track announcer Kenny Livengood, wishing you the best of luck tonight here at MGM Northfield Park. Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. 13 minutes to the opener here. Track labeled good as we are preparing it for our 15 race program, highlighted by the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial in race 11. There are 2 changes on the program. One did come in. We'll start in race 2. Number 8, Nazaire, scratched sick. In the second race, take out the 8, Nazaire. And in the third race, driver change for the 2, PL Jericho, James McDonald. James McDonald drives the 2, PL Jericho, in tonight's third race. Stakes-packed program tonight. $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot. Following that, we'll have the Charna. Note in race 8, we have a $30,000 estimate in the all-stakes pick 4. That's starting in race 8, which is an Ohio Sire Stakes event. That's followed by the Tom Aldrich President's Trot, featuring It's Academic from the rail out of the Ron Burke barn. No changes in the 9th. 10th race is the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace, featuring By the Missile. And the 11th race, the big one, $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Once again, that's a $30,000 estimate in the all-stakes pick 4. The $10,000 guaranteed pick 4 starts in race 12. That is an Ohio Sire Stakes for 2-year-olds. 13th race, we also have a $10,000 guaranteed 20-cent super high 5 pool for the $100,000 Ohio Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colton Gelding's Trot. Full field of 9 there. Track labeled good. Slight breeze out of the southeast, few clouds in the sky. Hopefully the rain has subsided for the rest of the program. And now we'll throw it down to the paddock where Michael Carter is standing by with Dexter Dunn.
Here at the paddock with driver Dexter Dunn as we get ready to kick off Carl Milstein Memorial Night. And Dexter, you're starting bright and early in the first race. How much of an advantage is it to kind of get those early drives in, and especially with the rain that we've had, and kind of see how the track's playing?
It won't be an advantage if I'm still getting muddy early and the track dries out later, but it's a pleasure to be here on a night like tonight. So, hopefully we can do some damage early, see how we go though.
Now you drove 7 Colors, who was a private purchase for the new connections here at the Meadowlands last week. Tell us a little bit about that mile and what was he like?
Very impressive mile. He got beat by a Class 3-year-old and Confederate, but he did the tough. He come first over 48 mile and still kicked home 26 and 4, I believe, and was a clear second. So, he's been racing in good form. His run in the Adios final was very good too after making a wide move in the last turn.
Now, you've won the Carl Milstein Memorial before. We got a chance to catch up a little bit earlier on. And tonight you draw the rail. How important is post position here on this track since you've been here before?
Well, when you're racing good horses, any advantage you can get is always a bonus because you need it. So, obviously the short run of that first turn, inside George definitely helps. But, it's a Milstein. I'm sure there'll be a lot of speed and a lot of action happening early. We just got to hold up our end early and hopefully the horse can, put a run in like he did last start.
All right, Dexter, good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Up onto the track for the opener to kick off the Carl Milstein Memorial program. Full field of 9. Number 1, Son of Sona, is owned by Todd Rosenberg, trained by Renee Loney with the services of Tyler Smith. Thunder Racing Stables bring out the 2, Hobbs. Dexter Dunn driving for trainer Corey Kreiser. 3 is Big Bad Caviar, owned by the Brookside Stables, trained by Edward Zubkoff Jr. Greg Grismore handles the lines. 4, Wadadley, owned by the Scalacci Stables, Sam Bova Racing, Crawford the 4th, trained by Sam Scalacci, teaming up with Chris Lems. Favorite Ant is the 5, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Colora, trained by Ron Burke, Billy Davis Jr. the pilot. 6, Light Blue Movers, owned by Timothy Poitinger, trained by Braden Rhodes. Aaron Merriman handles the driving. Don't Take My Keys is owned by Nicole Stahl and Mary Stuckey, trained by Nicole Stahl, Ryan Stahl, the regular linesman. Paul O'Neill owns the 8, Mr. Houdini. Kurt Sugg drives for trainer Jessica Rogner. And from the second tier, the 9, Man of Many Muscles, is owned by Mark Jakubik, trained by Braden Rhodes, Brett Miller in the bike. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Super High 5, and early daily double wagering here in the opener. Gold She Bob and I are going to go in a similar direction to get this Saturday night program started. Both going to the 2. Hobbs picking up the services of Dexter Dunn here as he catch drives. 2 back at non-winners 5,000 was a winner from post 2. Then stepped up to non-winners 10,000 last out over the sloppy track. Came from post 8. That trip didn't work out. Was ultimately left with too much to do. Finished 6th that evening. Gets a slight drop in class and he gets post 2. Picks up Dunn from the inside. We'll both use him on top to upset the 6 Light Blue Movers, who's your current 4-5 favorite. You'll see him on the track out there running around somewhere, as he hates to trot in the post parade. But when it comes time to go, the last 4 weeks he's been fine. Racing in the open levels, 3/4 and a 6th place finish. He's been right there, only beating a couple lengths. Takes the drop down in class. Last time he was this low, non-winners 8,000 back June 25th, was a winner. So we'll use Light Blue Movers 2nd. And for 3rd, I went to the 4 with Dadley. Has a ton of braking issues and has broke 3 of his last 5 starts, but the 2 times he's made it the mile was a winner at non-winners 6,500 and 3rd at 10,000. So splitting those classes here tonight, I'll use him at a big long shot price, 34-1 right now, to try and hit the board if he can trot the mile. 2-6-4-5 for me to get things started. Gold She Bob, 2-6-7-9. Best of luck in the opener. Mark Tiborowski's starting car opens for the first of 15 times tonight. Full field of 9 trotters make their way behind the gate. At the head of the stretch, time to kick off the Saturday night show here in the opener, and Big Bad Caviar leaves with Favorite Ant, and down toward the inside is Son of Sona as they head for the opening turn. Big Bad Caviar and Greg Grismore driving forward. Favorite Ant outside of him. Down toward the pylon, Son of Sona. Hobbs gets away in fourth from the second tier. Man of Many Muscles is racing in fifth. Wadadley near the rear of the field in sixth. Don't Take My Keys is seventh. Light Blue Movers only around one. That's Mr. Houdini, who's last of them all. To the opening quarter station they go, and it's Favorite Ant. The lone mare in the field puts herself on the front here in front of Big Bad Caviar. The opening quarter's up in 26-4. Sharp opening quarter for Favorite Ant, tracked by Big Bad Caviar. Son of Sona at the pylons, third, about 3.5 lengths behind, followed by Hobbs. Man of Many Muscles is fifth. Wadadley sixth. They're still single file. Don't Take My Keys ahead of Light Blue Movers. They're ready to go from the back, and Mr. Houdini still last. Favorite Ant taking the field to the halfway point here for Billy Davis Jr. in front of Big Bad Caviar as they click it off in 55-3. Hobbs, the first one to move to the outside. Dexter Dunn gets him in gear. Man of Many Muscles will be second over onto that cover as Son of Sona will stay in. Don't Take My Keys is third up. Light Blue Movers is fourth up. Wadadley saving ground, and so too Mr. Houdini. Off stride goes Man of Many Muscles. It's Favorite Ant who's the leader onto the backstretch. Big Bad Caviar. Son of Sona third. Hobbs not doing enough for the moment. Still got to find four. Don't Take My Keys from the back of the pack is launching a bold rally with Wadadley at the pylons as they head off to three quarters in 1:24-2. Favorite Ant is the leader. Don't Take My Keys 3 wide and charging home. Hobbs is between rivals. So too Wadadley getting off the rail. He's coming 3-4 wide as well. Hobbs is coming between rivals. Favorite Ant still at the pylons. 3 wide. Don't Take My Keys has his nose in front. Wide open top of the stretch. Hobbs cuts the corner. Don't Take My Keys down the center. Wadadley is third. It's Don't Take My Keys in front. Don't Take My Keys pouring it on past Hobbs. Wadadley going to be home third. 154-1. Seven, Don't Take My Keys, the winner. 2, Hobbs was home second. 4, Wadadley was third, and 1, Son of Sona fourth. Results unofficial 7-2, 4-1. 6, Light Blue Movers completes the high five. 7-2, 4, 1, and 6, and the opener is unofficial. Back to the winner's circle, number 7, Don't Take My Keys, owned by Nicole Stahl and Mary Stuckey, trained by Nicole Stahl. Driven victory by Ryan Stahl, bred in Ohio by Merle Yoder. 5-year-old bay gelding by Uncle Peter out of Designated Driver by Muscles Yankee. 16th lifetime win, 6th this season. Back-to-back scores for Don't Take My Keys, 154-1. Race 1 is now official, 7-2, 4, 1, and 6. $7-2 exacta, $39.40. 724 trifecta, $516. The 20-cent super high five, $8,181.76. Here's the first race rundown. Son of Sona 4th, Hobbs was 2nd, Big Bad Caviar 6th, Wood Dadley was 3rd, Favorite Ant was 8th, Light Blue Movers was 5th, Don't Take My Keys the winner, Mr. Houdini 7th, Man of Many Muscles 9th, rechecking 4, 2, 6, 3, 8, 5, 1, 7, 9 on the bottom, Circle of 7, Don't Take My Keys. Up next, race 2, Exacta Trifecta, and $1 pick 4 wagering, scratch the 8, Nazaire. Coming up now is Dave Bianconi and Gold Sheet Bob in the winner's circle with the pick 4 analysis.
All right, thank you very much. Joined here by Gold Sheet Bob Epic, our track handicapper. He's going to be going over all three pick fours tonight. Note a little difference in the wagering menu tonight. We do have a mid-card pick four starting in race 8, $30,000 estimated pool that encompasses all stakes races, including the Aldrich Trot, the Charna Pace, and, of course, the Carl Milstein Memorial. So do note that coming up later in the card. A little different order of our wagering menu than we normally have. But we do have our red-hot handicapper, I must say, of late, Gold Sheet Bob Epic. Bob, this second race starts $1 pick four. Who do you have here in race 2?
Well, I have a $36 ticket, and I use two of them here, with my top selection being the 2, Buddy the Bookie, and I'm also using M. Amadeus. They're both shipping in from Sauter Downs, where they were facing similar competition, and they've been finishing a mile strong with no 9-horse in this race. They should avoid a monster first half mile and be the ones to beat late.
Yeah, I noticed myself both those horses that chipped in drew very well, and I got to say those are probably the ones to beat here in race 2. Second leg, race 3, what's it look like?
I have 2 horses in here. The number 1, Plumville Prince, who adds LASIK, gets the rail, and adds Dexter Dunn here. And also the 4, Mo Bay. Mo Bay ran a lifetime best last time, and the program shows that he's moving up one level in class. However, this class is equal to last, so it's a lateral move, and I think he could get the job done in here as well.
Amazing night when you look through the program. I don't know when the last time is we've had a cast of drivers like this here on a given night, but virtually all the big names are here to drive on Milstein night, and it's good to see. How about the fourth race, Bob, the third leg of the early pick 4?
Well, I use 3 in here with the 2, 3, and the 9, with my top selection being the 2, TJ's Indy Pacer. This one moved into the Rhodes barn and ran a very impressive win by 7 lengths with a 26-4 third quarter, and last week fired out from post number 7, got out third and came first over and went 26-4 that third quarter and got a little tired late. With a better trip tonight, I think he's the one to beat in the 4th.
All right, so 2, 3, 9 you have on the ticket in race 4. Finally, the anchor leg, the 5th race, Open 2 pace. It's a powerful card tonight, and this is a good group here in the Open 2 in the 5th. Who do you like, Bob?
I got the 2, 3, and 4 in here, with my top selection being the 3, Almanac. He's been racing at the Salty Open level, and he's been very competitive in there. Anytime he drops down from that class, he's the one to beat, and I think getting Brett Miller tonight will only enhance him, and he's the one to look for here in the 5th race.
All right, so Bob has a $36 ticket that you can see graphically up on the screen for race 2. We'll be back again before that 8th race, the special mid-card pick 4 that encompasses 4 of the big stakes races on the card tonight. Good luck.
Stepping up onto the track for the second race, exacta trifecta, $1 pick 4 wagering. Take out the 8 Nazaire. 1 is M. Amadeus, owned by Richard Mommy, trained by Steve Carter. Brett Miller pushes the buttons. 2, Buddy the Bookie, is owned by Amir Nager, trained by Corey Kreiser. Billy Davis Jr. catch drives. 3, Beauty Desires, owned by the Ratliffs and Weber, trained by Renee Loney. Eric Tharps Jr. handles the steering. Maximum Lovin' is the 4, owned by Jessica Smith, trained by Randy Smith. Aaron Merriman pilots. 5, Pulling the Strings, is owned by Rebecca Sugg, Ashley Dunn, and Adam Friedland, trained by Edward Miller. Kurt Sugg gives the cues. Captain Butler is the 6, owned by the Scalacci Stables, Sam Bova Racing, and John Manning, trained by Sam Scalacci. Ryan Stahl pushes the buttons. And Chris Lem's the pilot of the 7, Premier Dreamer, for conditioner Jordan Hope and owners In to Win Racing Incorporated. Back in the opener, top selection was the 2, Hobbs. Raced well, but kind of stalled first over there for a minute as the 7, Don't Take My Keys, was able to shoot 3 wide and then wore him down in the stretch and pulled away to win by about a length and a half in the end. Hobbs, our top choice, had to settle for second there as we flip over to the second race. And I'm going to go to the 1, M. Amadeus, picking up the services here of Brett Miller. Gets the rail, comes in from Scioto Downs. Pair of good efforts the last couple weeks. Post 8 there, back on August 5th. That trip was just a tad too tough. Still came home in 27-1. Just had too much to do. Buddy the Bookie was in that race, and Buddy the Bookie did beat him. But Buddy the Bookie had a much softer trip that night. Made the front, and then hung around to finish second versus coming from 10 lengths out of it while being 2 and 3 wide. So I'm just going to flip him around here. Use the 1 who should be a bit bigger price. 1-2-7-5 for me. Gold Sheet Bob. 2-1-4-5. I'm throwing in the 7. Premier Dreamer for third after winning at the 30 claimer level. Last time we saw him at the track. Does have to come from post 7 tonight. We'll probably have to make up a bit of ground, but since moving into the Jordan Hope barn, has raced well here at Northfield, so I'll use him here underneath. 1-2-7-5 for me. Gold Sheet Bob. 2-1-4-5. Best of luck race 2. Start of the $1 pick 4. Starting car rolling for tonight's second race. Pacers lining up. At the head of the stretch, they're off and they're pacing. Maximum 11 and Buddy the Bookie. These two will leave together. Beauty Desires is between them. And M. Amadeus down toward the pylons is able to slide up in front of Beauty Desires. Will get the pocket ride behind Buddy the Bookie. As they race for the backstretch, Buddy the Bookie to the point with M. Amadeus right there second. Beauty Desires racing along in third for Eric Tharps Jr. Some 3.5 lengths behind. Maximum 11 races along fourth, pulling the strings toward the rear of the field just ahead of Captain Butler, and Premier Dreamer gets away last to the quarter in 27 and 2. Buddy the Bookie into the far turn for the first time, tracked by M. Amadeus with Beauty Desires third. Merriman's ready to roll with Maximum 11. He guides him off the rail to move first over. Pulling the strings is next while racing fifth. Captain Butler is sixth, and Premier Dreamer is seventh and last. They've completed 3/8 of a mile. Buddy the Bookie taking all bets tonight on the front end. Maximum 11 up on the outside, just 3/4 of a length behind as they're halfway home in 56 and 2. 29 seconds in that second quarter. Pulling the strings is second over, moving into fourth as M. Amadeus is in the pocket while racing third as they head to the turn. Third up, Captain Butler. Toward the rear of the field, Beauty Desires and Premier Dreamer. They step onto the backstretch and approach a quarter of a mile left to go. And Buddy the Bookie, in a bid to make every pole a winning one, is clear of Maximum 11 by half a length. M. Amadeus right there in the pocket spot is at a great trip while third. Pulling the strings, gapping the cover just a tad while fourth. Then Beauty Desires 1:23 and 3, 27 and 1/3 panel. Buddy the Bookie taking the field into the far turn. Maximum 11 continues to grind it out first over. M. Amadeus needs a way through at the passing lane, then pulling the strings. And Beauty Desires 3 wide. Captain Butler less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Buddy the Bookie off the turn in front, has to hold off Maximum 11 and M. Adamas, who's driving down the inside. It's Buddy the Bookie or M. Amadeus pulling the strings over the top late. M. Amadeus got through. M. Amadeus up over Buddy the Bookie. Pulling the strings was third, 152 and 3. One, M. Amadeus was first. 2, Buddy the Bookie was second. 5, Pulling the Strings third, and 3, Beauty Desires was home fourth. 1, 2, 5, 3 is unofficial. Back here to the winner's circle is the 1, M. Amadeus. Owned by Richard Mammy, trained by Steve Carter, and driven victory by Brett Miller. Bred in Ohio by Rose and Buger Farms. 4-year-old bay gelding by Rockin' Amadeus out of Perfect M Forever by Stand Forever. 11th lifetime win and 8th this season for M. Amadeus, 152 and 3, as the results are official. The 1-2 exacta returns $8. 1-2-5 trifecta $33.40. The early double winning combination of 7 and 1, $19.80. Second race rundown, M. Amadeus was the winner. Buddy the Bookie was second. Beauty Desires fourth. Maximum Love in fifth. Pulling the Strings was third. Captain Butler seventh. Premier Dreamer sixth. And Scratch Nazaire. Top down 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, 7, 6 Scratch on the bottom. Circle the 1, M. Amadeus 152 and 3. Coming up next, third race trotters, exacta trifecta and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Full field of 9 trotters. The only change, James McDonald drives the 2, PL Jericho. Post time is in 6 minutes. Coming up after the replay, Michael Carter in the paddock with Northfield Park leading driver Aaron Merriman.
Here with the North American leading dash driver in the country, Aaron Merriman, as he has some monster drives this evening here at MGM Northfield Park. Aaron, you've had a busy day already thus far. You drove a little bit the Meadows this afternoon. Obviously, the weather has turned into a nice day here.
Yeah, we drove for a lot of rain on the way back, actually, so I was kind of hoping that, the rain left because usually, I'm coming east to west. So, but, the track, I think the track's going to get a lot better as long as it doesn't rain again, and I'm just hoping for the best.
Now, a big night of racing action. You drive Caviar Gold in the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President Trot. Was third in the Open after taking a couple of months off. Raced really well.
Yeah, he did. I think something had happened to the horse or whatever. Nothing major, but he just wanted to make sure he was going to be fresh and stuff like that. He's got some bigger races, like one today. His first start back, he was pretty good. So I'm really hoping for the best. And the horse was very, very good here the first start. I think if he can return to that form, I think he's got a shot.
Now you'll drive the Curtis Carry Trainee Chicken and Dice, coming from Iowa in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Obviously, post-8 is a little bit troublesome, but who knows? What kind of plans do you have, if any?
No plans. I just go everything just wing it. Like pretty much all the time. But Curtis has brought a couple horses here from out there, and they've all performed well. I think we've had like a third and a fourth or fifth. And you're going to need some luck no matter what. There's a lot of good horses in the race, and especially with the 8-hole. Maybe some guys are going to be real high on theirs and over-race them. But I don't really know what I'm going to do, but hopefully get money.
Who knows? If the pace collapses in front of you, it could be a winner chicken dinner, huh?
Yeah, it could. Yeah, tis the name. The horse knows how to win. That's going to help a lot. I don't know if he's ever been stretched out, what he's going to see tonight, but I don't know how this guy's trained him, or whatever. Curtis does, like I said, he's done a very good job, as the horse shows.
Yeah, this is like Curtis's Hambletonian, is how I've told a couple of people. All right, Aaron. Well, good luck throughout the evening, and hopefully we'll see you on the other side.
Yep, probably a lot. Thank you.
On the track for the third race, full field of 9 trotters. One is Plumville Prince, owned by owner-trainer Chris Allen. Dexter Dunn drives. PL Jericho is owned and trained by Jason McGinnis, with the services of James McDonald. 3 Reformed Renegade, owned by Todd Rosenberg, trained by Renee Loney. Aaron Merriman sits behind. 4 Mobay, owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sam Bova Racing. Sam Scalacci, the conditioner. Billy Davis Jr. drives tonight. The 5 is King Felix, owned by the Umholtz Racing Stable and Kennedy Sports, trained by Larry Claybaugh. Kurt Sugg gives the cues. 6 is Swan Harbor, owned by Hanners Racing, trained by Alicia Hanners, Brett Miller in tow. 7 is Dirty Money, owned by Kiara and Trey Morgan, and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with the services of Tyler Smith. 8 Papa Doc, owned by George Bonomo and the CNC Stables, trained by Chris Hirschberger. Eric Tharps Jr. sits behind. And Don McCurgan owns, trains, and drives the 9, Sweet Honey. Back in the second race, top selection was the 1 M. Amadeus with Brett Miller getting that pocket ride behind Buddy the Bookie, was able to slip through at the inside and get up to score by about a head there in the end. And Amadeus scores for Brett Miller and Steve Carter as we go over here to the third race. I'm going to try and make it back-to-back Brett Miller wins here with the 6 Swan Harbor. Was off 18 days before coming here to Northfield Park, making his debut in the Alicia Hanners barn. Finished third, beating a length that day. That was at the higher class. We just saw Wadadley come back earlier in race 1, finished third, so held good form against that rival. Gets post 6 here tonight. Brett Miller has had a knack for winning with some big prices on these big nights here this season. I'm going to use Swan Harbor on top. Second start in the Hanners barn here at Northfield. For second, I go to the 5, King Felix, a pair of runner-up finishes the last 2 efforts. Gets post 5, so that's a bit better post than he's had the last few weeks. I'll use King Felix second, and for third, the 4, Mo Bay, a winner at the non-winners 5,000 level. Last time we saw him on the track. Does have to step up here to 6,500, but looking for lifetime win number 10 out of the Scalacci barn. I have no reason not to take a shot here with him as well. So 6-5, 4-3 for me. Gold Sheep Bob goes 4-1, 5 and 6. Best of luck here in race 3 coming up. Here are the 7 p.m. winners for the match game. Apologies in advance if names are mispronounced, but here are the 5 winners. Angelo Postolski, Michael Fine, Richard Simmons Jr., Anthony Prats, and Norman Agneau. If your name was called, head down to the promotions table. That is for the match game for 7 p.m. Again, the 5 winners, Angelo Postolski, Michael Fine, Richard Simmons Jr., Anthony Prats, and Norman Agneau for the match game prize. Full field of 9 trotters make their way behind the gate. At the head of the stretch, off and a trotting, Plumville Prince and Reformed Renegade. These two will flash early foot down along the pylons. PL Jericho will drop in behind the top duo as they head down to the opening turn. Plumville Prince using that rail advantage to come away with the lead for Dexter Dunn. Reformed Renegade and Merriman will pocket up here. PL Jericho gets away in third as they step on to the backstretch, followed by Mo Bay. Sweet Honey from the second tier races inside of King Felix, who hasn't seen a pylon for Kurt Sugg. Papa Doc gets around a couple. Swan Harbor and Dirty Money the back marker, opening quarter station in 27 and 3. And Plumville Prince takes the field onto the far turn for the first time, tracked by Reformed Renegade as Mo Bay steps off the rail for Billy Davis Jr., moving past PL Jericho. King Felix is going to pick up some cover as Sweet Honey will stay in and be pinned in. Papa Doc will get off the rail and be third up, and going off stride is Swan Harbor at the rear of the field in front of Dirty Money. Plumville Prince in a bid to make all, taking the field to the halfway point, tracked by Reformed Renegade as they're halfway home in 56 and 3. 29 in that second panel for Plumville Prince. Mo Bay doing it the hard way first over. Reformed Renegade is locked in the box while racing third. PL Jericho at the pylons fourth. King Felix gaps the cover second over and fifth. Papa Doc is third over, then Sweet Honey and Dirty Money as they race toward three quarters. Plumville Prince has been the target since the jump, leads a length and a quarter to Mo Bay. Reformed Renegade has had a good trip behind Plumville Prince as they head to three quarters in 1:24 and 2. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn, and Plumville Prince has got some separation on Mo Bay. Reformed Renegade is gapping the pocket. PL Jericho and King Felix are fourth and fifth as they round the far turn. Plumville Prince is the leader. Mo Bay up on the outside. Reformed Renegade is third as they spin into the stretch. Plumville Prince or Mo Bay. It's Plumville Prince who's out front stepping Mo Bay down to the wire. Plumville Prince and Dexter Dunn. Mo Bay home second. PL Jericho up for third. 154 and 1. One, Plumville Prince the winner. 4, Mo Bay was second. 2, PL Jericho was third, and 3, Reformed Renegade was fourth. 1-4-2-3, unofficial. Back to the winner's circle is the one, Plumville Prince, owned and trained by Chris Allen. Turn victory by Dexter Dunn. Bred in Pennsylvania by Thomas Bryce and Charles Rozeski. 5-year-old bay horse by Father Patrick out of Lady Athens by Muscle Massive. 7th lifetime win and 2nd this season for the one, Plumville Prince. Going to send it down to the winner's circle. Dave Bianconi standing by with winning driver Dexter Dunn.
All right, happy to be joined by one of Harness Racing's leading drivers, Dexter Dunn, here at Northfield for the first time this season. Dex, the weather looked a little rough early, but how's the track playing out there?
Oh, the track's great. You know, for the amount of rain that come down on it, it's the crew have done a great job. I think it's only going to get better during the night too. So, you know, it's very fast.
I was talking to you earlier, like, man, you're driving a lot of horses you've never seen before tonight. So is it, a little different than the week in, week out horses you drive on the East Coast?
Oh, so it's always definitely a new challenge when you're driving horses. You know, and driving against horses you don't really know because I'm not out here much. But you just go by the word of the trainer and how the horse feels and where he is in the market.
You seem to get along with this one just fine.
He did all the hard work, didn't he? You know, he got out of the gate good and he's happy on the front there and then lasted the mile.
And, of course, you're driving 7 colors in the Carl Milstein Memorial coming up in race 11. Just recently changed hands to the Andrew Harris barn and raced very well, finished second to Confederate in the Cane last week at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, he was, he's having a good season and he was very good last start, like you said, in the Cane. So, it's a great field you put together, Dave, but, he's got a good draw and he's in good form. So, he's in for the fight.
We got to have you here more often, for sure.
For sure.
We got you the right post position, though, right?
That's it. You did a good job. Thank you.
Hope to see you again, Dex. Thanks.
Dexter Dunn, the winning driver of the one Plumville Prince, has already won a Carl Milstein Memorial 2019. The winner with Better's Wish will tonight be the night that he picks up his second Carl Milstein Memorial. As results go official here for the third, the 1-4 exacta, $22.60. 1-4-2 trifecta, $134, and the 20-cent super, $53.72. Here's the third race rundown. Number 1, Plumville Prince, the winner. PL Jericho was home third. Reformed Renegade was fourth. Mobay second. King Felix fifth. Swan Harbor ninth. Dirty Money was seventh. Papa Doc eighth. Sweet Honey sixth. Top down 1, 3, 4, 2, 5, 9, 7, 8, 6 on the bottom. Circle of 1, Plumville Prince, 154 and 1. Coming up next, race 4, Pacers, exacta, trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, and $1 pick 3 wagering. Full field of 9 signed on here with no changes. And coming up after the replay, Michael Carter in the paddock standing by with trainer Curtis Carey, who sends out number 8, Chicken and Dice, in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. 5 minutes to race 4.
Carey, Curtis, you shipped a long way. Let's rewind back 5 years ago. You might recognize a name in this program. Mini Vinny was third in the Carl Milstein Memorial. He is back tonight to take on some overnight foes.
Yeah, that was a great night that night. We were just hoping for a check, and Aaron gave him a great drive and rode up the rail. And, there were some really good horses in it that year, and we were just fortunate enough to hit the board.
Now, you bring Chicken and Dice in tonight. Let's talk a little bit about his story. He is undefeated coming into the Carl Milstein Memorial here tonight. Obviously, he drew post 8. We'll talk about that in a second. But talk a little bit about his 2-year-old season.
So as a 2-year-old, we started racing him kind of from behind and his first start, I really thought, I mean, he was back a ways and closed up good, and I thought then that he could be something special, just the way he tracked down the horse on the front, and he just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. And, unfortunately, the last start of the year during the race, he broke a coffin bone. He still won. So that kind of limited our time this year so far. But, he's come back sound, and just our fingers crossed that he keeps going.
Now he is 3 for 3 this year, obviously coming in undefeated. Post 8 obviously is going to make things difficult. The real question is, we've talked all along. I think I've told a lot of people this week, this is like you're a Hambletonian. You kind of prepare a horse for this race, or try to anyway, every year. What do you think about tonight?
I mean, we're going to have a lot of luck to get a check, but, I mean, you never know. It's horse racing. The Hambletonian, Hambo Oaks was 1 out of the 10 hole. The Hambo was 1 out of the 10 hole. I mean, that don't happen very often. I mean, I know the odds are against us, but it is a horse race, and you just never know what'll happen.
Curtis, what would it mean to bring chicken and dice to the winner's circle this evening?
It'd be more than words could explain.
All right, Curtis. Well, I know everybody back at Iowa is probably cheering you on tonight. Good luck later on.
Thank you very much.
On the track for tonight's 4th race. Power Play Racing 87 bringing to you the 1 Lancaster Hill James Day Trains and Drives. 2 is TJ's Indy Pacer, owned by Mark Jakubik, trained by Braden Rhodes with the services of Aaron Merriman. 3, Topville Rustler, owned by Hedworth, Hale and Connect, trained by Mark Hedworth. Billy Davis Jr. sits behind. 4, Power Blue, owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sam Bova Racing, trained by Sam Scalacci using Hunter Myers. 5, Mini Vinny, owned by Jesse DeLong and Thomas Carey, trained by Curtis Carey. John DeLong in the bike. 6, I Am Eric is owned by the Murdoch Racing Stable, trained by Bethy Murdoch. Luke Ebersol gives the cues. Executive Dash is the 7, owned by Colder Than Ice Racing and Dustin Ford Racing, trained by Ryan Deaton with the services of Dexter Dunn. I'm a Real Rockin' Bugatti is owned and trained by Jessica Milner, Kurt Sugg in tow. And the 9, Tremendous Play, Greg Grismore drives for trainer Sam Scalacci and owners Claude Gendreau Stables. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, and $1 pick 3 here in the 4th race. Back in race 3, top selection was the 6 Swan Harbor. Made a break after completing 3/8 of a mile near the rear of the field. Not sure that the trip was ever going to work out anyways, as the 1 Plumville Prince was able to take him wire to wire there for Dexter Dunn. As we go over here to the 4th race, I landed on the 3 Topville Rustler, coming in from Scioto Downs. Didn't have the greatest post last time out there, starting to Mark Hedworth barn. Thought that this guy has been racing well, despite the running lines maybe not showing that. 4 for 20 this season. Draws post 3, picks up Billy Davis Jr. I'll put him on top. For second, I'm going to use the 5 Mini Vinny. Finished third in the Carl Milstein Memorial 5 years ago as a 3-year-old. Has come back and is 4 for 6 this season. Gets a good post. I wish the price was a little bit higher, but 8-1, I'll use Mini Vinny for a piece here. And then for third, I will use the 1 Lancaster Hill. Finished third from the second tier at this level last out. Now gets the rail for James Day. I'll use him for a piece as well. But I'm going to land with the 3 Topville Rustler on top here. 3-5-1-2 for announcer Kenny, Gold Sheep Bob, 2-9-3-1. Best of luck, race 4. This field is in the hands of the starter. At the head of the stretch, off and pacing, TJ's Indy Pacer, Topville Rustler, and Lancaster Hill trying to protect the rail. Mini Vinny and Tremendous Play from the second tier follow next as they head down to the opening turn. TJ's Indy Pacer. And Aaron Merriman working to the point, clear by 2. On Lancaster Hill gets away racing second. Tremendous Play from the second tier moves up to be third in front of Topville Rustlers racing along in fourth. They're followed by Mini Vinny from fifth, about 7.5 lengths behind. Power Blue follows him. To the outside is I'm a Real Rockin' Bugatti on the gas pedal. So too is Executive Dash, moving past I Am Eric past a sharp 26 and 4. Opening quarter speed, TJ's Indy Pacer. Taking the field to the far turn for the first time, Topville Rustler steps off the rail for Billy Davis Jr. He'll take a shot first over. Mini Vinny will follow him second over as Lancaster Hill is pinned in the pocket. Tremendous Play is pinned in while fifth now. So too is Power Blue. Third up is I'm a Real Rockin' Bugatti, then Executive Dash and I America tandem at the back past the half in 55 seconds. 5 in, 4 out as they head around the clubhouse turn, chasing TJ's Indy Pacer on an uncontested 2.5 length lead. Lancaster Hill is second. Stalled first over Topville Rustler. Tremendous Play moves through at the inside to be third. Mini Viddy's cover is stalled. Power Blue is buried in traffic as they work toward three quarters, chasing TJ's Indy Pacer. Ben, the leader since the jump, leads by 2 on Lancaster Hill. Topville Rustler and Tremendous Player third and fourth past three quarters, 1:22 and 2. Merriman floored the gas pedal in that third panel, 27 and 2. As they round the far turn, TJ's Indy Pacer's the leader. Tremendous Play got clear steering now for Greg Grismore, was able to get off the rail. Lancaster Hill and then Power Blue. Top of the stretch, TJ's Indy Pacer off the turn. Tremendous Play, breathing fire down the center. Lancaster Hill up the inside. A Tremendous Play, sweeping on past. Tremendous Play to the front. TJ's Indy Pacer second. Power Blue was third in 1:51 and 3. Nine, Tremendous Play was the winner. 2, TJ's Indy Pacer was second. 4, Power Blue was third, and 1, Lancaster Hill fourth. 9-2, 4-1 is unofficial. In the winner's circles, the 9, Tremendous Play, owned by the Claude Gendro Stables, trained by Sam Scalacci, driven to victory by Greg Grismore. Bred in Illinois by Standard Bred Nursery, 9-year-old Black Gelding by Shadow Play, out of Tremendous by Oxford Fella. 31st lifetime win and 7th this season. Tremendous Play scores 151 and 3, as the results are now official: 9-2, 4 and 1. 9-2 exacta $39.60. 924 trifecta $509.40. 20-cent super $139.64. Here's the fourth race rundown. Lancaster Hill was fourth. TJ's Indy Pacer was second. Topville Rustler fifth. Power Blue third. Mini Vinny was seventh. I Am Eric was sixth. Executive Dash ninth. I'm a Real Rockin' Bugatti was eighth. And Tremendous Play the winner. Top down 425 376 981 on the bottom. Circle the 9. Tremendous Play 151 and 3. Fifth race Pacers are on deck. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta. It's the Open 2 pace. Happy birthday, Brian. Full field of 9 here signed on with no changes. Coming up after the race replay, Michael Carter in the paddock with Yannick Gingras.
Here with driver Yannick Gingras. Driver needs no introduction. Mr. Northfield Park, as far as some of the stakes have gone, you've driven a lot of stakes winners, including foiled again. What's it like to be back?
Oh, it's always nice to be back. Good race nights. We got lucky weather-wise. We're good now, so it'll be an exciting race card.
And you got a big afternoon over at the Meadows, and you'll drive by the Missile in the $100,000 Myron Charner President's Pace. You're plagued with post number 8, but boy, was he sharp in the Sam McKee Memorial.
Yeah, I feel like they handicapped like that race. It seems like, but with some of the, it seems like all the good ones, the better ones, maybe drew the outside. But yeah, it's gonna make it interesting for sure. He was so good at the Madeleine. He was loaded with pace, and it was a really good mile. So now we'll see what happens. Obviously, makes it harder, but not impossible.
All right, Tip Top Cat and a $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Let's talk a little bit about this one. Won the Kentucky Commonwealth Series after finishing second at the Tompkins Gears. It's kind of been coming along as the year goes on.
Yeah, he's got a world of ability, but he's really green. He seems like he doesn't really know how to race, and sometimes it's a little hard to handle, and other times he doesn't want to go. So he's never like right in the middle where you want him. But the last few starts, he's definitely gotten better, and his last start at the Red Mile is probably his best start for us, for Ronnie anyway. But he raced really good, and I think he's going into the race in the right direction.
And what about the post draw? He draws mid-pack. He doesn't draw outside, and he's got a good amount of gate speed. That has to help out a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Now some good horses inside of us to follow if we want to go that route. He's got really good gate speed. Like you said, post 5 is, I don't know what the percentages are here, but most track post 5 is a great spot, and I know it's a great spot here too.
On the track for the 5th race, Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super. It's the Open 2 pace. Number 1, Turbo Hill, owned by the Thunder Racing Stables, trained by Corey Kreiser. Billy Davis Jr. in tow. Schnitzel Do Something is owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Taylor, Weaver Buscemi, and Rich Lombardo Racing, trained by Ron Burke with the services of Ronnie Wren Jr. Alvin Fink owns the 3, Almanac, trained by Paul Holtzman. Brett Miller sits behind. 4, Thornbush Hanover, owned by the Scalacci Stables, Sam Bova Racing, Gabe Pruitt, and Vinny Costa Jr., trained by Sam Scalacci. Aaron Merriman in tow. Dragon City is the 5, owned by Randall Bendis and the Pollock Racing, trained by Randy Bendis. David Miller in the sulky. Te Blue Chip, the 6, is owned by the Scalacci Stables, John Manning and Sam Bova Racing, trained by Sam Scalacci. Hunter Myers pushes the buttons. 7, Kayukit, owned and trained by Sean Gerard. Yannick Gingras drives. 8, Huey Jr. is owned by the MT Stables Ontario, trained by Braden Rhodes. Luke Ebersol on the lines. And the 9, Elver Hanover, is owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Jablonski, Malillo, J&T Silva, Purnell, and Libby, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page handles the steering. Back in the 4th race, top selection was the 3, Topville Rustler. Got a first over trip, just wasn't able to make much headway as Tremendous Play. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get out, but once he did, he flew home in that last 1/8 of a mile for Greg Grismore, picking up the score. So we go here to the 5th race. I landed on the 3, Almanac. So too did Gold Sheep Bobby, 7-1 on the board. This is a great price for a horse that finished 3rd in the open level. Last time out, came home in 28-4. Was a back-to-back winner before that effort. Almanac had raced in the Opens back at the end of June and beginning of July as well, and was able to hold his own. Always found the Open just a tad too tough, but when he dropped down in class, that's when he scored. Gets Brett Miller here tonight from post 3. I'm using Almanac on top. For second, I go to the 1, Turbo Hill. Back-to-back winner out of the Corey Kreiser barn. Won by a neck at the non-winners 10,000 level last time out here on August 6th. Gets the rail. Does have to handle a step up in class, but from the rail with speed, I'll use Turbo Hill second. And for third, I'm going to use the 7, Kayukit. I don't love the price of 3-1. This horse was huge last week. Parked a mile in 53 and 2 to the half. Finished in 50 and 4 and was still able to finish second. It was a very rough trip when stepping up to the Open 2 level, but hadn't done anything the week before in the non-winners 10,000. Does pick up Yannick Gingras here, but 7-2 is a bit too short for me, so I left him underneath. 3-1, 7-5 for me. Gold Sheep Bob, 3-2, 4 and 5. Best of luck here in the 5th. Starter call. Open 2 pacers lined up at the head of the stretch, and here they come. Off and a pacing. Schnitzel do something, gets the first call. Kayukits from the far outside is blasting off for Yannick as they head into the opening turn. And Turbo Hill, and off stride goes Kayukit there, rough in the turn. Regathers himself, but at the rear of the field. Meanwhile, Schnitzel do something is the beneficiary of that. Leads it to Turbo Hill, as up on the outside goes Elver Hanover. So the barnmates will be 1-2 as they straighten across the backstretch. Back to 4th and Almanac, then Thornbush Hanover 5th. Kayukit on the outside in 6th, trying to get a seat there in front of Dancin' Dragon City as they pass the quarter in 26-1. They roll onto the far turn for the first time, and the 2 at the back are Teamo Blue Chip and Huey Jr. It's Elver Hanover at 13-1 leads Schnitzel do something as Almanac steps off the rail for Brett Miller to take a shot first over. Turbo Hill will be back to 4th. Thornbush Hanover is going to be 2nd up in 5th. Kayukit 3rd up in 6th. It's 3 back to Dragon City. Another 2 to Teamo Blue Chip and Huey Jr. last. 54 seconds the time for the half mile. 27-4 in that second panel for Elver Hanover. It's a blazing half. Schnitzel do something. His barnmate watches from the pocket spot. Almanac first over but stalled. Brett Miller urging him. Turbo Hill is locked in 4th. Thornbush Hanover. Second up will have to tip 3 wide for Merriman. The others are gapping as they work across the backstretch, and there goes Thornbush Hanover, and Schnitzel do something. Out of the deuce for Ronnie Wren Jr. Collars Elver Hanover at 3/4. Then comes Turbo Hill, and on the outside, Thornbush Hanover 3/4 rattled off in 1:21-4. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn, and Schnitzel do something has a 3-length cushion on Elver Hanover. Thornbush Hanover's on the outside, then Turbo Hill as they round the far turn. Schnitzel do something off the turn in front, clear by 3. Elver Hanover, then Turbo Hill and Thornbush Hanover in deep stretch. It's Schnitzel do something, and Ronnie Wren Jr. here in front. Elver Hanover clinging to 2nd from Turbo Hill, who's 3rd in 1:49-4. Two, Schnitzel do something was first. 9, Elver Hanover was 2nd. 1, Turbo Hill was 3rd. And 4, Thornbush Hanover was 4th. 2-9-1-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle, meet racing's newest millionaire, the 2, Schnitzel do something. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Taylor, Weaver Buscemi, and Rich Lombardo Racing, trained by Ron Burke and driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. Bred in Indiana by Aaron Stutzman. 8-year-old bay horse by Fred and Ginger out of Summer and Sand by Sand Shooter. 34th lifetime win, third this season. Now over $1 million in career earnings. The 2 Schnitzel Do Something, 149-4. Fifth race official. 5-9 exacta, $59. Excuse me, 2-9 exacta, $59. 291 trifecta, $202.40. $1 pick four, $215.30, and the 20-cent super, $75.56. Here are the match game winners from the 8 p.m. drawing. Cindy Sickman, Cedric Morgan, Rick Humphrey, John Sioka, Bruce Wallace. Cindy Sickman, Cedric Morgan, Rick Humphrey, John Sioka, and Bruce Wallace. Head down to the promotions. You are the match game winners for the 8 o'clock. Note that the ball toss is also happening now until 9 p.m. Ball toss underneath the grandstands happening right now until 9 p.m. Fifth race rundown. Turbo Hill third. Schnitzel Do Something the winner. Almanac was 8th. Thornbush Hanover 4th. Dragon City 5th. Teama Blue Chip 7th. Cayuket 6th. Huey Jr. 9th. Elver Hanover 2nd. Top down 3, 1, 8, 4, 5, 7, 6, 9, 2 on the bottom. Circle the 2. Schnitzel Do Something. 149-4. Sixth race Pacers on deck. Exacta trifecta start of the $1 pick 5. Low 14% player friendly takeout. Field of 8 with no changes. Post time in 6 minutes. And at the conclusion of the replay, Michael Carter in the paddock with the Buckeye, David Miller.
Back here in the paddock with the Buckeye, David Miller. David, welcome back to Northfield Park. It's like coming home almost, right?
Oh yeah, when I was a kid, I used to run the backstretch here.
Let's talk a little bit about It's Academic coming up with the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot. Boy, the Cashman, what an impressive effort.
Yeah, he's been racing just unbelievable this year. When we brought him back, he's just been very strong, very sharp, and he's held his form.
And one of the things about him is he's pretty versatile, right? He can come from off the pace. He can go to the lead. And last week, the Meadowlands, obviously the front end just wasn't the spot to be on Hambletonian Day. And he got to make up a lot of ground. But from the rail, hopefully you won't have to make up that ground this week.
Yeah, he drew way better. He's been drawing so bad his last couple of 3 starts. He's had a couple 8 holes, 9 holes, and he's been parked. And, we finally got the inside post. So I hope it works out.
Now, you drove Golden Greatness. It's been a little while, but you drove Golden Greatness a few starts back. You drive him tonight in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial from post number 6 for trader Chris Ryder. Talk a little bit about him.
Yeah, I raced him just the 1 start there at the Meadowlands, and he actually raced really poor that night, but found out that he wasn't quite right and wasn't himself. But his last few lines, I just looked at the program, and he seems to be in good shape. He's been racing on a half, and so he could be all right in there.
How important is that experience on a half? Obviously, the New York Sire Stakes program is a very strong program, but that having a horse that races over a half-mile track, it's got to be play to your advantage a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so. You got him rigged up for it, and that's got to be a help. So yeah, if he has any bit of an edge, I would say that was it.
All right, David, welcome home, and hopefully we'll see you on the other side.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Stepping up onto the track for the sixth race, open handicap pace, exacta trifecta, $1 pick five, field of 8. One, Captain of Rock and Roll, is owned by David Hirschberger, trained by Sam Scalacci, Billy Davis Jr. up. 2, Speedy Dominic, is owned by Capodeo Singh, Earl Hill Jr. in the VIP Internet Stables, trained by Braden Rhodes, Dexter Dunn, the pilot. Wild Wild Western, owned by Jacobs Creek Racing, Autobelly and Dieters, trained by Norm Parker, Mike Wilder drives. Camouflage Money is the 4, owned by the Scalacci stable. Sambova Racing in Hamlet, trained by Sam Scalacci. Chris Lem's up. Aaron Merriman aboard the 5, the Ideal Dancer for the owners MT Stables Ontario and trainer Bill Rhodes. 6, Dancing Dragon, owned by Randall Bendis and Apolloc Racing, trained by Randy Bendis, David Miller. Catch drives. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Colora send out the 7, Bronx Sealster. Ronnie Wren Jr. steers for trainer Ron Burke. And the 8, Markham-Meyer, owned by the Murdoch Racing Stable, trained by Beth E. Murdoch, Luke Ebersol, the regular linesman. Exacta Trifecta $1 pick 5, low 14% takeout. Very player-friendly wager here for the pick 5. Back in the 5th race, top selection was the 3, Almanac. Thought he had a good trip going, came first up, and just never really fired tonight. Almanac ended up finishing 8th as Schnitzel do something with a nice move there for the Ron Burke barn. Ronnie Wren picking up the winning drive in 149-4 to eclipse $1 million in career earnings. Over to the 6th race. I landed on the 4, Camouflage Money here. Has been racing well at the open levels the last few weeks. Has a couple wins and some good second place finishes. Last time, just ultimately was left with too much to do from post 7. That was the furthest post. Almost 10 lengths out of it. Had to tip 3 wide. Came home 27-4. Just couldn't chase down Markham-Meyer. But that effort was okay. And 2 back was beaten just a neck by Dancing Dragon. That was the race that was covered at a monsoon. Took off last week's open. Now comes back here. Camouflage Money, my top choice. For second, I used the 3, Wild Wild Western. Comes in from the Meadows. 5 straight on the board finishes in their open levels, including 2 wins. Gets post 3 here tonight. I'm going to use Wild Wild Western second. And for third, I use the 2, Speedy Dominic. Thought the trip hasn't worked out the last couple weeks, but gets post 2 here, the best post that he's had in a while. He was an open winner. 3 back on July 16th. Picks up the services of Dexter Dunn here tonight, who's already won. I'm going to use him third. And for fourth, I use the 8, Markham-Meyer. Back-to-back open scores, but gets post 8 here tonight. Unlucky post draw for him, but we'll see. He's been flying home in his last few efforts. Markham-Meyer hopefully get some speed to close into. 4-3, 2-8 for me. Goldshee Bob, 3-4, 7-8. Best of luck. Race 6, open, pace, handicap. Coming up. Please note we have a scratch being announced for the first time. Tonight's 8th race. In race 8, now scratch the 8, Racing Rebel, scratched lame. Race 8, take out the 8, Racing Rebel. Starter call for the 6th race. Open handicap pace field lining up. At the head of the stretch and picking up speed. Off and pacing, Camouflage Money, Wild Wild Western, and Dancing Dragon from post 6. These three leave together. Captain of Rock and Roll down toward the pylons, but it's Wild Wild Western. Comes away with the lead. Camouflage Money is going to drop in front of Captain of Rock and Roll. We'll get the pocket right here as Dancing Dragon stays up on the rim. Speedy Dominic gets away racing 5th in front of the Ideal Dancer from 6th. Bronx Sealster ahead of just 1. That's Markham Iyer at the back. To the opening quarter they go. 26-1, and Wild Western at 4-5 takes the field into the far turn for the first time. Tracked by Camouflage Money 2 lengths behind. Captain of Rock and Roll paces along 3rd. Dancing Dragon paces 4th. Speedy Dominic is 5th for Dunn. Millerman has the Ideal Dancer 6th and ready to roll now. That's going to flush out Speedy Dominic, followed by Bronx Sealster and Markham Iyer still last down bias here for the first time. Dancing Dragon now steps off the rail and he'll come first up, trying to chase down Wild Western at the half in 55 seconds. A second quarter breather there as Dancing Dragon tries to turn up the heat on the outside. Locked in the boxes, Camouflage Money. Speedy Dominic is second up, moving into 4th. Captain of Rock and Roll is in the 3-hole. Bronx Sealster is pinned in at the pylons. Then the Ideal Dancer 3rd up, and Markham Iyer still last with 3/8 of a mile to go. It's been all Wild Western. Still clear a length and a half to Dancing Dragon. Camouflage Money has had a good trip. Then comes Captain of Rock and Roll and Speedy Dominic as they rattle off 3 quarters in 1:22 and 3. Less than a quarter of a mile from the money. Wild Western has led all. Camouflage Money right there second. Dancing Dragon is 3rd. Speedy Dominic tipping 3 wide. Then Captain of Rock and Roll. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go in the open pace. And Wild Western is the leader off the turn. Camouflage Money out of the 2-hole and charging down the center. Wild Western or Camouflage Money, a final try. Wild Western. Wire to wire. Camouflage Money second, 150-1. 3, Wild Western, the winner. 4, Camouflage Money second. 1, Captain of Rock and Roll 3rd. And 6, Dancing Dragon 4th. 3-4-1-6, unofficial.
Mike Wilder's daughter.
In the winner's circle, the 3, Wild Wild Western, owned by the Jacobs Creek Racing. Altobelli and Dieters, trained by Norm Parker, driven to victory by Mike Wilder. 39th lifetime win and 6th this season. Wild Wild Western in a front-stepping score in 150-1, as 3416 is now official. Three four exacta $14.40. 3-4-1 trifecta $123. The $1 pick three $45.30. Captain of Rock and Roll was third. Speedy Dominic was sixth. Wild Wild Western the winner. Camouflage Money second. The Ideal Dancer was fifth. Dancing Dragon fourth. Bronx Sealster seventh. Markermeyer eighth. Top down 361 254 78 on the bottom. Circle the 3. Wild Wild Western. 150-1. Up next, 7th race trotters, exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta. It's the open trot field, full field of 9 with no changes, 6 minutes. Trotters for the 7th race work their way up onto the track. One is Best Time Hanover, owned by Jeffrey Lamb, trained by John Oliverio, Brett Miller in tow. 2 Fashion Chocolate, owned by Amir Najer, trained by Paul Holtzman, Chris Page drives. 3 24K Magic, owned and trained by Ty Lloyd with the services of David Miller. Long Live the King is owned by Marion Chupp in the Northwind Farm, trained by Marion Chupp. Yannick Jingra drives. That's the 4. Alberto is the 5, owned by Paul O'Neill, trained by Jessica Rogner. Kurt Sugg pushes the buttons. 6 Eye of a Tiger Oz, owned by ACL Staturier B. And Shell Johansson, trained by Mark Hedworth. Billy Davis Jr. in tow. Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Malilo teaming up with the 7 Rose Run Extra. Ron Burke trains, Ronnie Wren Jr. the pilot. 8 Winning Shadow, owned by Racing to Win Stable, trained by Jordan Hope with the services of Chris Lems. And the 9 Gabby's C-Note, owned by Beaver NZ Hendelar, trained by Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman in the bike. There is exacta, trifecta, 20-cent superfecta wagering here in the 7th race. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the television monitors or the big screen in the infield. Jake Nees was a 27-year-old security officer on the MGM Northfield Park security team for the past 8 years. Tragically, Jake passed away last week. Jake had also worked for the State Parole Board and most recently was hired by the Summit County Sheriff's Office. Jake was an asset to our team and a bright young man with an even brighter future. He will be greatly missed by his MGM teammates and most importantly, the 100-plus officers that he works side by side with every day. Please join us in a moment of silence for Jake. Thank you. Starter call. At the head of the stretch. Off and a trotting, 24K Magic. Leaving alertly for David Miller as they head down to the opening turn. Fashion Chocolate cuts the corner for Chris Page, and now off stride is 24K Magic. She jumped it off in the opening turn, so Fashion Chocolate is going to emerge with a 3-length lead as they work on to the backstretch here. Best Time Hanover gets away racing second in a loose pocket. Gabby Sino from the second tier is on the inside of Eye of a Tiger Oz, who's driving forward now for Billy Davis Jr. Rose Run Extra is mid-pack in front of Long Live the King. 3 better than Oberto. At the rear of the field, Winning Shadow and 24K Magic last after the miscue. 27-1. Opening quarter station, Fashion Chocolate. And Chris Page on the engine tonight. Eye of a Tiger Oz has not seen a pylon. Moves into second past Best Time Hanover. Gabby C. Note. She steps off the rail for Merriman to follow Eye of a Tiger Oz as they come to the halfway point, followed by Rose Run Extra. Long Live the King is saving ground as Rose Run Extra glides off the rail. Oberto will be fourth up in the outer flow. And at the pylons, Winning Shadow, 24K Magic last, 55-3, a 28-2. Second panel for Fashion Chocolate, who's under siege by Eye of a Tiger Oz, and they're stride for stride as they race for the backstretch. Best Time Hanover locked in third. Gabby Sino well situated second over in fourth. Long Live the King is buried in the 3-hole fifth. Third up, Rose Run Extra. Fourth up, Oberto. Excess cover for him. And Winning Shadow and 24K Magic at the back to 3/4 they go. Fashion Chocolate still with the advantage. Eye of a Tiger Oz. 3 wide comes Rose Run Extra. 124-2. Here comes Rose Run Extra wide on the course, but driving after Fashion Chocolate, who's been the long-time leader. Between rivals, Eye of a Tiger Oz. Oberto's winding up from the back of the pack. Best Time Hanover needs a way through. It's wide open, top of the stretch. Fashion Chocolate off the turn, back in front. Rose Run Extra. Oberto's charging down the center. Best Time Hanover slips through at the inside. Here's Oberto storming home. Oberto for Kurt Sugg up in time. 154-2. Five, Oberto the winner. 2, Fashion Chocolate second. 7, Rose Run Extra was third, and 1, Best Time Hanover was fourth. 5-2, 7-1 is unofficial, and making his way back to the winner's circle is the 5, Oberto. Owned by Paul O'Neill, trained by Jessica Rogner, and driven to victory by Kurt Sugg. Bred in Ontario, Canada by Steve Organ and the Ozza Farm. 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Yankee Glide out of Don't Say Don't by Donato Hanover. 23rd lifetime win, third this season. Oberto scores in 154-2. 5271 official. Five two exacta $130.80. 527 trifecta $494.20. 20-cent super $473.46. Seventh race rundown. Best time Hanover was 4th. Fashion Chocolate 2nd. 24K Magic was 8th. Long Live the King 5th. Oberto the winner. I Have a Tiger Oz was home 7th. Rose Run Extra was 3rd. Winning Shadow 6th. Gabby C Note 9th. Rechecking 428 517 369 on the bottom. Circle the 5. Oberto 154 and 2. 8th race Pacers on deck. Exacta trifecta 20-cent super. Start of the $1 pick 4. It's an all stakes pick 4. Estimated pool of $30,000. Low 14% takeout as always. Take out the 8 Racing Rebel. Field of 7 here coming up for the 8th race. After the replay, we'll have Gold Sheet Bob and Director of Racing Dave Bianconi in the winner's circle to go through the pick 4. Immediately following that, Michael Carter in the paddock with Jordan Stratton. Post time for the 8th in 9 minutes.
All right, back in the winner's circle. It's pick 4 time, $30,000 estimated pick 4, which we should definitely surpass here because it is a spectacular sequence. I'm joined by Gold Sheet Bob Epic. I hope you were following him when he did the early pick 4 because he gave out a $36 ticket that was a winner and paid $215. So great job, Bob. Of course, the pride of Mentor High School and Bowling Green State University. He's been a handicapper around the area for years, and we decided to go ahead and hire him, and so far so good. So Bob, this is the big one, Ohio Sire Stakes to start it. Then you got the Aldrich, the Charna, and the Millstream, three of our biggest stakes of the year. What do you like here in race 8 in this $1 pick 4?
I'm going to go 3 deep here with the 1, 2, and 5. The 5 is my top selection here, Clever Cody, as Aaron Merriman jumped in the bike, and he's won 3 straight by open lengths. I think if he avoids getting roughed up here early in the 8th race, he's the one to beat.
All right, got to mention as well, you've probably seen on the graphic, the morning line was screwed up for the 8th race. The correct morning line was running on the screens before. But the 9th race is the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot for top veteran Ohio breds, and a great one in here. It's Academic. Bob, I know you used him.
Yeah, I got the 1 and 6 in here. My top pick is It's Academic. Last year he raced in the Tom Aldrich, but he had post 9, and Smoking Jet got away with an easy half mile and went very fast, 152-1. But I think from post one, except Academic won't have those troubles this year, and he's the one to beat.
All right, I do mention, like you said, it's Academic actually been a beaten favorite in this race 2 years in a row, but he comes in razor sharp tonight. 10th race is the Myron Charna President's Pace. Spectacular group of veteran Ohio-bred pacers led by the Missile, last year's Little Brown Jug, and Carl Milstein Memorial winner, but he does drop post 8.
Yeah, post 8 is tough, but by the Missile, like you said, won the Milstein and the Little Brown Jug. And the only question for him is, would he be rusty coming in tonight's race? But last week took care of that. He fired out from post number 9, got out third, then came first over, and powered by Tattoo Artist, who's a very good horse, for the win. So he's clearly the one to beat despite having post 8.
That's a single.
That is a single.
And last but not least, the anchor leg is our featured race of the season, the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial, some of the sport's best 3-year-old pacers, and a pretty wide open group.
Yeah, I'm going to go 4 deep in this race, going with the 1, 4, 5, and 6. This race is for $300,000. That means they're going to be firing out of the gate early because a lot of these horses need to be near the front. That's going to ensure a hot first quarter. And then 7 Colors and Dexter Dunn is going to have to probably make an early move to ensure a hot half mile. So I'm going to go with the closer here. I'm going with a 10-1 morning line, Golden Greatness. Purple Jesus, I think, is going to tip 3 wide and potentially fly by them all down the lane for the win.
All right, David Miller at a price. And the price is right with Bob's picks. Again, he already hit the early pick 4, going after the mid pick 4, and we'll be back before the 12th.
Once again on your screens, there's the corrected morning line for this 8th race. The 8 is scratched, but corrected morning lines on your screen here as we get ready to send it over to Michael Carter with Jordan Stratton in the paddock.
Here in the paddock with driver Jordan Stratton. Jordan drives Feeling Western in the upcoming $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. And you drive Feeling Western for what I hear is the better of the two brothers, your brother Corey.
100%. Definitely as a trainer, but I don't know so much about a driver.
Now you draw the rail with Feeling Western, and it's a pretty stacked group, obviously, with By the Missile drawing post 8. That's going to be able to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, the whole field is really good Ohio breds, and it just showcases the Ohio stock in it. It's really supporting our industry right now. But he's got the rail, and push out of there and hope for a good trip.
Now you'll drive Captain Bat Boy, who won the first leg of the Pacing Triple Crown, the MGM Messenger Stakes, our sister property. Will drive in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial tonight. We talked a little bit about off air. If he comes back to something close to that effort, he could be strong tonight.
Yeah, he was tough as can be in that mile. He left real hard, got run at the whole mile, and still had something in a mile and 16th. So he was really good, and he was good last week at Chester and just got beat right at the wire, but I expect him to be good tonight.
Now, he's had a couple of tough starts, but one thing I noticed in the Messenger, boy, does he have a ton of heart.
Yeah, heart and gate speed, so it should fit good here.
All right, Jordan. Well, you won with Think Big, Dream Big in a year that was amazing for you as far as Northfield is concerned. You took all 3 of our major stakes races. I'm sure to be special to win it again tonight.
Yeah, 100%. I always have a great time here. The hospitality is great, and I'm happy to be back.
All right, Jordan. Good luck.
Thank you.
On the track for the 8th race, 2-year-old Colton Gelding's Ohio Sire Stakes. It's the 4th leg and the first division of a pair tonight. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, $1 pick 4, estimated pool $30,000. Let's meet the field. 1 Paris's Dragon, owned by Dennis Owens and Norman Ray Racing, trained by Christy Noble, Dexter Dunn on the lines. Jessica Smith brings out the 2, Fear the Image. Brett Miller drives for trainer Randy Smith. 3 Janelle Granny, owned and trained by Betty Clegg. Jordan Stratton drives. 4 Outer Banks is owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Roz Racing, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, and Weaver Brugemi, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page handles the driving. Clever Cody Stable, send out the 5, Clever Cody. Aaron Merriman at the controls for trainer Ian Moore. Country Club Acres, Joe Sabraco and Jav Racing, Latour and Oz Stables. Send out the 6, Seaside Escape. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for trainer Brian Brown. 7 Seaside Delight, owned by the Red Line Racing Stables, Red Racer, Van Dusen, and Brombog, trained by Kane Kaufman, who drives. Scratch the 8. Back in the 7th race, top 2 selections come in 1-2 there for over $100 exacta as Oberto out of the Jessica Rogner barn comes in from Scioto to pick up the score here with Kurt Sugg driving. So we flip over here to the 8th race. Gold Sheep Bob and I got this one pretty similar. I'm going to land on the 1 Paris's Dragon, a winner in the Ohio Sire Fair event at Scioto back on August 5th, 1 week ago last Saturday. Won by a neck from post 7. Came home 27-3. The effort before that from post 9, that's the far outside post. That was just too much to do. It was almost 14 lengths out of it. Before that, had a pair of second place finishes in Ohio Sire Stakes action. So 2 seconds so far. Yet to break through in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Did win that fair event at Scioto, but hasn't won a Sire Stakes leg just yet. But gets the rail here and gets Dexter Dunn. This is the best post that you can get, post 1. So I'm going to use him on top for second. Going to the 5, Clever Cody, the horse to beat here. Won 3 in a row since Merriman got in the bike. 2 Sire Stakes legs, and then the fair race at Scioto last time out, beating Janelle Granny, who's my 3rd choice out of the Clegg barn. Hasn't finished outside the top 2 in his 8 starts to start his career. 3 wins from 8 starts, including a 19-length fair victory at Mount Vernon. Then won the Ohio Sire Stakes leg at Scioto. Finished second to Clever Cody last time. Does draw slightly better than Clever Cody, but I'm still going to leave him underneath here. 1-5-3-2 for me. Gold Sheep Bob 5-1, 2 and 3. Don't forget about the $1 pick 4. It's an all stakes pick 4. It encompasses the 3 big races coming up: the Tom Aldrich President's Trot, the Myron Charna President's Pace, and then the Carl Milstein Memorial. Post time in a couple minutes. Here are the 9 o'clock match game winners: Terry Whitcomb, James Shielsley, Gary Bodovets, Ron Amato, and Ron Williamson. Once again, the 9 p.m. match game winners: Terry Whitcomb, James Shielsley, Gary Bodovets, Ron Amato, and Ron Williamson. You can head down to the promotions table to claim your match game prizes. Starter call. Field of 7 lined up. Here they come. 2-year-old Ohio Sire Stakes Pacers. Off and a pacing, Clever Cody and Janelle Granny. They leave as a tandem. Paris's Dragon tries to protect his rail position into the opening turn. Clever Cody's caught there 3 wide. Janelle Granny between rivals and Paris's Dragon at the pylons. 3-prong battle for the lead as they straighten across the backstretch. Janelle Granny gets out of there for Jordan Stratton. Will tuck back to 3rd. Fear the Image gets away racing 4th. Outer Banks is 5th, followed by Seaside Escape and Seaside Delight, the back markers. Clever Cody 1 to 5 on the board, past an opening quarter, 26-4. The 2-year-olds roll into the far turn. Paris's Dragon right there in the pocket spot for Dexter Dunn in front of Janelle Granny, who's racing 3rd, but now 5 lengths behind. Fear the Image is racing mid-pack. Outer Banks follows him. Seaside Escape and Seaside Delight continue to trail. Single file alignment, no right lines. Coming to the halfway point of the race, chasing Clever Cody. Looking to win 4 in a row. It's Clever Cody on top as they come to the halfway point in 55-4, a 29-second panel. Paris's Dragon continues to chase from 2nd. Janelle Granny is 3rd. Fear the Image is being flushed off the rail for Brett Miller. Will take a shot first over. Outer Banks picking up 2nd over cover. Seaside Escape is staying in, and then Seaside Delight last. They approach the backstretch. Clever Cody clear by a length and a half. Paris's Dragon is 2nd. Fear the Image up on the outside, just 2 lengths behind. The plugs are out now on Fear the Image, and the response was instant. He's chasing down Clever Cody. Second up, Outer Banks is racing 4th, 1:23-3 for 3/4 of a mile, and they're into the far turn. Clever Cody, the longtime leader, turning away Fear the Image. Paris's Dragon has had a good trip. Outer Banks tips 3 wide for Chris Page. Then comes Janelle Granny. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and it's Clever Cody off the turn in front. Paris's Dragon out of the 2-hole now and down the center, trying to track down Clever Cody. Paris's Dragon, Janelle Granny late on the scene, but Clever Cody hangs in there. Clever Cody, 4 in a row. Janelle Granny or Paris's Dragon 2nd and 3rd, 151-2. That ties the track record. Five, Clever Cody, your race winner. 3, Janelle Granny was home 2nd. 1, Paris's Dragon was 3rd. And 6, Seaside Escape was 4th. 5, 3, 1, 6, unofficial. Back to the winner's circle is the 5, Clever Cody, equaling the track record that was set in 2020 by Heart of Chewbacca in 151-2. It's the 5, Clever Cody, owned by the Clever Cody stable, trained by Ian Moore, driven victory by Aaron Merriman. Bred in Ohio by Marvin Raber. 2-year-old Black Colt by the Ponderosa out of Cams Van Gogh by Real Artist. Fourth lifetime win. Make it 4 in a row for Clever Cody. 151 and 2. The results official. 5-3, 1 and 6. Let's send it down to the winner's circle. Dave Bianconi standing by with Northfield Park leading driver Aaron Merriman.
All right, back with Aaron Merriman. Steered Clever Cody to a fourth straight win. Ties the track record for 2-year-olds. Aaron, this is a darn good-looking freshman for Dr. Ian Moore.
Yeah, it is. He's like a freak. Like really, like today was 3 high through the first turn. I haven't pulled the plugs on him. I drove him I think 4 times. He got a couple like tricky trips. You know what I mean? It seemed like the couple times around he had to drive. Unfortunately, he drives a lot for Burke and Brian. So I inherited the drive. I appreciate it from Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely. Clever Cody is a son of the Ponderosa, who has got to be 20-some years old. I mean, he only sires a few horses a year, but this one looks really, really good.
Yeah, he's definitely an older stud. I hope he's still alive or whatever. But this just goes to show, like he's had a lot of good babies, and he still does. And I drove the mare. She's had a very good family as well. So I don't know. This horse has got some good brothers, and this one here is really good.
Of course, a lot of big races ahead. Of course, Sire Stakes Championship's probably the biggest thing you're looking ahead to. But this is the type of horse we might see in the Milstein next year.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I really haven't asked him to go all the way. I haven't stretched him all the way yet. So, like I said, if he carries on and Dr. Moore does a great job, bring him 2 to 3, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be here.
You're right, Doc. If you're watching up in Canada, we'll be in touch. Absolutely. Continued success, Aaron. Thanks.
Thank you very much. See you back here soon.
Aaron Merriman, the winning driver, the 5, Clever Cody, 4 in a row. 5-3 exact, $8.40. 531 trifecta, $20, and the 20-cent super, $11.72. Eighth race rundown, Paris's Dragon third, Fear the Image was sixth, Janelle Granny second, Outer Banks was fifth, Clever Cody the winner. Seaside Escape was fourth, Seaside Delight seventh, Scratch Racing Rebel rechecking 362-514, 7 Scratch on the bottom, Circle of 5, Clever Cody 151 and 2. Up next, race 9, Tom Aldrich, President's Trot, $100,000 for aged Ohio Sire Trotters. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent super, $1 pick 3. Post time, 10 minutes.
here with trainer Nancy Tactor, who brings Save America to the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. But Nancy, before we talk about that, you and Scott teamed up to win another big race last week, the $1 million Hambletonian. You still on cloud nine?
Yeah, it's one of those races I think it's going to take a while to kind of get over. It's been so nice. Everybody's reached out and congratulated. And, I've won big races before, but nothing like this where, everybody from all over the world have reached out. And it's really, it's exciting.
Now you bring Save America into tonight's Carl Milstein Memorial, and the trips just haven't really worked out for him. He's raced really well. He draws post 7 tonight. That makes things a little bit more difficult, but he's a really nice racehorse.
Yeah, he's a super nice horse. He just hasn't drawn well all year. He had the 10-hole in the North American Cup and the 10-hole in the Meadowlands Pace, and he drew the 7 here. So the post position gods definitely have not been on his side this year. But you know what? He's a nice horse. He can leave the gate well enough. Hopefully get a good spot. It's going to be up to Scott to kind of work the trip out. I don't know. Scott had a pretty good trip for me last Saturday. I don't know if he can do it 2 weeks in a row. But like I said, the horse is coming in good form. It just needs to work out a little bit for him.
Yeah, I don't know if the rail is going to open up like that, like it did at the Meadowlands. But you and Scott have teamed up to win some really big races together. What's that partnership meant to you?
It's great. Scott's good to work with. He gives me good feedback, which is probably the most important thing, when you're working with drivers, that they can give you good feedback, because a lot of horses are a lot different from training as opposed to how they are during a race. So, it's good. And all the top guys are really good to work with. And, me and Scott have had a lot of good, we won a Breeders' Crown, a North American Cup, and actually I think we won 2 Breeders' Crowns and a Hambletonian. So, obviously, it's been working good for us.
I think I remember a victory at Pocono Downs with one of your pets, if I'm not mistaken, as well, from post 9, maybe?
Yeah, you won the Lynch with Kissin' in the Sand from the 9-hole. It was the most crazy race. It's still, to this day, probably the best performance that any of my horses that I've ever trained have put on the racetrack. And I actually saw Kissin' yesterday in her Tall Dark Stranger colt. She's enjoying her retirement and being a good mom right now.
We've seen some good horses come out of the breeding shed from Kissing in the Sand, and, of course, some of the nice horses that you have. Well, good luck tonight and the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Maybe we'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good. Thank you.
On the track for the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot for 4-year-olds and up, Ohio sired by invitation only. Full field of 9, no changes. Let's meet the field. The 1, It's Academic, is owned by Bradley Grant, trained by Ron Burke. David Miller sits behind. Julianne and Dale Sweet team up with a 2, Joggin' to the Bank. Brett Miller drives for trainer Matthew Burkholder. Papadelli is the 3, owned by the Delaware Group. Sabraco, JB Racing, Jav Racing, trained by Jennifer Bongiorno. Ronnie Wren Jr. pilots. 4, Refined, is owned by Joyce McClelland and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Tyler Smith up. Caviar Gold is the 5, owned by Beaver, Maines, Flemings, Yendelar, trained by Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman on the lines. Bet the House sends out the 6, The Mighty Hill. Dexter Dunn drives for trainer Jeff Smith. Smoking Jet is owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver, Buscemi, and Chris Page. Ron Burke trains, Chris Page the driver. 8, Longshot is owned by Wayne Mass Jr., the Callum Racing, trained by Scott Cox using Chris Lems. And the 9, Guido D, owned by the Schoeffels, Fulton, and Schilling, trained by Steve Schoeffel. Brady Brown drives. Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent super, $1, pick 3 wagering. Back in the 8th race, top selection, the 5, Clever Cody, was able to get the job done, living up to that 1-5 backing. As we turn the page here to the 9th race, Tom Aldrich, President's Trot. I took a small chance against the big favorite, the 1, It's Academic. I'm going with the 5, Caviar Gold. Grand Circuit winner in the Courier and Ives at the Meadows in 2022. Comes in having only made 1 start since May 14th. That was right here at Northfield, that May 14th effort. Won by 6 from post 7. Merriman was driving that day. Had a qualifier, took a couple months off. We heard Aaron talk earlier that they were just planning for some races here in the summer and fall coming up. So the break doesn't concern me. He came back from post 1, was shuffled back to 7th. Came home in 27-2 in the Scioto Downs Open. Finished behind Refined, who draws to his inside. But I'm going to use Caviar Gold on top. Giant price on the board, 24-1 right now. Taking a slight chance against the 1, It's Academic. You have to respect here. It's Academic on a 4-race win streak. Was dominant in the Cashman final at the Meadowlands back on August 5th. That was last Saturday. The 1 knock on It's Academic, if you're looking to play against a short price, 0 for 5 in the last 3 years on half-mile tracks, including 2 losses here at Northfield in this race. So It's Academic, while coming in razor sharp. Multiple Grand Circuit Stakes winner and the top money winning veteran trotter in North America this year, 4 straight wins. I'm going to take a small chance against, but would not be surprised at all if It's Academic stays red hot, picking up 5 in a row. For third, I threw in the 3, Papadelli, out of the Bongiorno barn. Has been off a month, which is a tad concerning. The qualifier was okay coming back, but did have some good efforts in the Graduate Series against older trotters. Raced behind Jiggy Jog and Looks Like Money. Those are tough fields. Finished second in the Open at Harris Philly back all the way on June 11th. Gets a good post here. Picks up local driver Ronnie Wren Jr., so I thought that Papadelli could pick up a piece. They're all trying to beat the 1, It's Academic, out of the Ron Burke barn. Note that number 8, Longshot, the 2022 Ohio Sire Stakes champion for 3-year-old trotting colts last season. The 7, Smoking Jet, is the defending champion of this event. Was able to make the front and hold off It's Academic. They reunite in this rematch here tonight in the 9th race. $100,000 on the line. Tom Aldrich, President's Trot, coming up. The rain held off. We're going fast here for the 9th race. Track condition upgraded to fast. Current betting favorite, the one. It's Academic, 1-5 on the board. This race also features the 4 Refined, who's sitting on the board at 9-1. Won the Armbro Flight at Mohawk back in June. That was the night she beat Bella Bellini. Came home in 27 seconds to wear her down, winning that Armbro Flight race. Since come back with 4 open starts. The lone girl in the field, Refined, 10-1. Starter Mark Tiborowski gathers him up here for the Tom Aldrich President's Trot for $100,000. They're on the backstretch and rolling. Let's meet the field one last time from the rail out. It's Academic, David Miller. Jogging to the bank, Brett Miller. Popperdelli, Ronnie Wren Jr., Refined, Tyler Smith. Caviar Gold, Aaron Merriman, The Mighty Hill, Dexter Dunn. Smoking Jet, Chris Page. Long Shot, Chris Lems. Guido D from the second tier with Brady Brown. 9 of them lined up, picking up speed. They're off and they're trotting. Refined gets the first call. She fires out quickly. It's Academic trying to protect his rail position into the opening turn. It's Academic. Cuts the corner up into the front in front of Refined. Caviar Gold on the outside. Merriman ponders his course of action with him driving after the leader. Popperdelli's off stride. Popperdelli from 4th made a break. So that's going to leave a spot for Caviar Gold to tuck up. The Mighty Hill gets away racing in 4th. Jogging to the bank is 5th as they race up the backstretch and approach the opening quarter. Guido D from the second tier follows next. Then comes Smoking Jet, Long Shot, and after the miscue, Popperdelli on the inside of the course, 27-1. Opening quarter speed, it's Academic. Takes the field onto the far turn. Front stepping here by a length and a half on Refined, who gets the pocket ride in front of Caviar Gold, who's racing 3rd. Smoking Jet from the back of the pack was able to flush out the Mighty Hill. Dexter Dunn steps off the rail with him. So Smoking Jet picks up some cover. Jogging to the bank is pinned in at the pylons. 3rd up now comes Long Shot past Guido D. Popperdelli trotting at the rear. 56-4, a 29-3 second panel. A lot of respect for It's Academic as they head into the clubhouse turn. The Mighty Hill trying to do it uncovered, tracking down this big favorite It's Academic, who takes the field onto the backstretch. The Mighty Hill is first up a length and a half behind. Refined has had a great trip behind the favorite, racing along in 3rd. Smoking Jet is second up behind his stablemate, racing along in 4th. Caviar Gold is in the 3-hole 5th, needs somewhere to go for Merriman as they head off to 3/4, 124-3. Into the far turn they move. It's Academic has made every pole so far the lead. Looks to finish the job. Clear from Refined. The Mighty Hill is off stride in front of Smoking Jet. At the pylons is Caviar Gold. There's an eighth of a mile left to go in the Aldrich, and It's Academic turns with the lead. Refined out for the drive, then Caviar Gold. It's Academic in deep stretch. It's Academic 5 in a row. Refined was home second. Caviar Gold third. Jogging to the bank fourth. 151 and 4. One, It's Academic was first. 4, Refined was home second. 5, Caviar Gold was third, and 2, Jogging to the Bank was fourth. 1-4, 5-2, unofficial. Returning back to the Northfield Park Winners Enclosure, the 1, It's Academic, owned by Bradley Grant, trained by Ron Burke, and driven to victory by David Miller. Bred in Ohio by the GBW Breeding Farms. 6-year-old Bay Horse by Uncle Peter out of Annapolis by Muscle Hill. 29th lifetime win, 7th this season, edging ever so close to $2 million in career earnings, 5 wins in a row, and new track record holder, It's Academic. One 4-5-2 is official here in the 9th. Michael Carter standing in the winner's circle with winning driver David Miller.
Here in the winner's circle with winning driver David Miller. And Dave, he might have been the beaten favorite 2 years in a row, but there was no way he was losing tonight. What an absolutely awesome performance.
Yeah, he's just been on top of his game here the last couple months, and yeah, he raced very well tonight.
Now, we talked a little bit ago about his performance in the Cashman, and once he made the lead, you just did it so easily with him.
Oh yeah, he's a really nice horse to get along with. I mean, he does whatever I want him to do, and yeah, I mean, I just can't talk enough about him. He's just awesome.
He was purchased for $50,000. He's been one of the strongest Ohio breds that we've seen here in Ohio. Talk about some greatness there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ronnie told me that they sold him to Brad Grant, and Brad gave him back to him. And just as an ageless horse, he's just really turned around. I mean, he's so strong, and he's just been awesome.
David, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
One four exacta $5.20. 145 trifecta $23.20. The 20-cent super $18.20. It's Academic, the winner. Jogging to the Bank was fourth. Pappardelle was sixth. Refined second. Caviar Gold was third. The Mighty Hill was eighth. Smoking Jet fifth. Longshot ninth. Guido D seventh. Top down 146, 238, 597 on the bottom. Circle of one. It's Academic 151 and 4. 10th race Pacers on deck. Exacta trifecta, 20-cent superfecta, and 50-cent pick six wagering. Myron Charna President's Pace for 4-year-olds and up. Ohio sired horses here. Full field of 9. No changes. 9 minutes. On the track for the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. Number 1, Feelin' Western, is owned by Joseph Rotella, trained by Corey Stratton. Jordan Stratton drives. 2, Odds On Shaggy, is owned by the Bottom Line Racing and Operation Horsepower, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Tyler Smith gives the cues. Odds On Capitalism is owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Dexter Dunn drives. Fearful Intent is the 4, owned by the Pollock Racing, trained by Randy Bendis, Aaron Merriman in tow. Don Tiger owns the 5, Shane Falco. David Miller drives for trainer Steve Carter. Rise and Shine Seaside is owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Colora, trained by Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren Jr. up. Harold Lee Bowder sends out the 7 Section Line Big Rye. Brett Miller drives for trainer Steve Bowder. The 8, By the Missile, owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Good, Rich Lombardo Racing and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke. Yannick Gingras drives. And the 9, One Last Laugh, is owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sambova Racing, trained by Sam Scalacci, Hunter Myers in the bike. There is Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta, and 50-cent Pick 6 wagering. Back in the 9th race, took a chance against the 1 It's Academic, went with a 30-to-1 shot, Caviar Gold. Checked in 3rd for Merriman, got a ground-saving trip, was able to come home 3rd, but It's Academic too good tonight. Was able to handle the half with no problem, setting the track record from the rail. Ron Burke with a strong hand here once again in race 10. This time it's the Missile, By the Missile. Your 2022 Carl Milstein Memorial Champion, Little Brown Jug winner, and Ohio's Sire Stakes Action Champion is By the Missile. He's 1-5 on the board here. Didn't see the greatest trip in the McKee Memorial and still came home in 26-3, 47-1 final time. By the Missile has only made 5 starts this season. Had some things go wrong earlier in the season, but has since come back, and that was a super sharp performance for By the Missile in the Sam McKee Memorial. Does draw post 8, does have to overcome that here tonight, but if he's geared up and ready to go, just like It's Academic was, I'm going to take By the Missile here. For second, I'll use the 7 Section Line Big Rye. Was the Myron Charna President's Pace winner back in 2020. Also finished 3rd in the 2022 Battle of Lake Erie. Section Line Big Rye. Draws post 7, picks up Brett Miller. We just saw Brett Miller check in 4th in the Aldrich Trot. I'll use Section Line Big Rye 2nd. And with a win, Section Line Big Rye would become racing's newest millionaire, as he's at $971,000 in career earnings. For 3rd, I'll use the 1 Feelin' Western. Finished 3rd at an overnight event at Yonkers. Gets the rail here. Should be able to get a pretty good trip for Jordan Stratton, so I'll use him 3rd at a price. They're all trying to beat By the Missile. 8-7-1-2 for me. Gold Sheet Bob, 8-7-6-2. Best of luck in the Myron Charna President's Pace coming up. The starting car has reached the top of the backstretch, picks up the Myron Charna President's Pace field, full field of 9. From the rail out, Feeling Western, Jordan Stratton, odds on Shaggy, Tyler Smith, odds on Capitalism, Dexter Dunn. Fearful Intent, Aaron Merriman, Shane Falco, David Miller. Rise and Shine, Seaside, Ronnie Wren Jr. Section Line, Big Rye, Brett Miller. By the Missile, Yannick Gingras. One last lap, Hunter Myers from the second tier. At the head of the stretch and picking up speed for the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. They're off and they're pacing. Odds on Shaggy, Fearful Intent, Rise and Shine, Seaside, and By the Missile. From post 8 floats out of there, but it's odds on Shaggy, who cuts the corner and drives up into the lead. Fearful Intent and Aaron Merriman will tuck in behind from second. Rise and Shine, Seaside. On the go for Ronnie Wren Jr., and he pilots him to the outside. By the Missile from post 8 gets a spot in fourth, about 4 lengths from the leader. 3 back to Feelin' Weston, who races at the pylons. Fifth, one last lap from the second tier is sixth. Then comes odds on Capitalism. Out of the 2 at the back, Shane Falco. Section Line, Big Rye is last, 25-4. Bone-crushing opening quarter. Rise and Shine, Seaside to the front for Ronnie Wren Jr. Clear a length and a half to odds on Shaggy as By the Missile gets his cue now. Yannick Gingras steps him off the rail past Fearful Intent, and here comes the Missile. He's charging after Rise and Shine, Seaside as they come to the halfway point. Odds on Shaggy is third. Fearful Intent fourth. Feeling Western staying in for the moment fifth. One last lap is next. Section Line, Big Rye steps off the rail. Then odds on Capitalism and Shane Falco. 53-3. Torrid half mile. They complete 5/8 and head to the backstretch, and they're all chasing the 1-9 By the Missile. On the engineer, a length and a half. Gingras gives them some reminders now as they step across and approach 3/4. Rise and Shine, Seaside just 2 lengths behind while racing second. From the back of the pack, Feelin' Western is launching past odds on Shaggy. 121 for 3/4 By the Missile. Into the far turn, he's clear by 4. It's a race against time. Rise and Shine, Seaside is left behind in his dust wall second, then odds on Shaggy as they come to the top of the stretch. By the Missile. Off the turn, he's clear by 4. Rise and Shine, Seaside is second, then odds on Shaggy. In deep stretch, watch the clock. By the Missile. Down to the wire by 5. 148-2. He just missed. Rise and Shine, Seaside was second. Number 8, By the Missile, the winner. 6, Rise and Shine, Seaside was second. 2, odds on Shaggy was third. There's a photo for fourth. One, Feelin' Western fourth. 8-6-2-1, unofficial. Results official, making his way back to the winner's circle is the 8 by the Missile. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Good. Rich Lombardo Racing and Weaver Buscemi. Trained by Ron Burke. Driven to victory by Yannick Gingras. Burke goes back to back. By the Missile scores here 148 and 2, just 1/5 off the track record. Bred in New Jersey by Stephen Day. 4-year-old bay gelding by Down by the Seaside out of Dismissal by Western Terror. 19th lifetime win, 5th this season by the Missile, the winner. Presenting the trophy to the winning connections, Myron Charna. Standing by in the winner's circle, Michael Carter with winning driver Yannick Gingras.
What an effort here this evening.
Yeah, no, he's super sharp right now. There's no doubt about that. He's got a little keyed up there a little bit in the second turn, so I just moved him back instead of fighting with him. But after that, he was on cruise control.
I'll tell you what, we had visions of this as the plan turning for home. Boy, he just cruised off, and you didn't really have to ask him for much coming there to the half.
Yeah, no, he's got really great speed, and he had plenty left finishing too. But we weren't trying to go after any records or nothing like that.
Now, how about these Ohio breds? We saw It's Academic in the last race. We see By the Missile here. They just continue to be, breeding perfected horses.
Well, there's two things. I think, they're breeding a lot of better horses, better mares, better stallion, but also it's a numbers game. I believe, breeding, the more you breed, the better chances you have to have good ones. And I think in Ohio, they probably breed more here than anywhere else. So, it's two-way for success, and they're doing both.
Well, we got one race to the Milstein. Hopefully we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes or so.
And that's not about good. Yeah.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Yannick Gingras, the winning driver of By the Missile. Results official, 8-6, 2-1. The 8-6 exactas, $9.20. The 8-6-2 trifecta, $48.80. The $1 pick 5, $46.90. The 20-cent superfecta, $25.86. Here's the rundown from tonight's 10th race. Feelin' Western was 4th. Odds on Shaggy 3rd. Odds on Capitalism was 9th. Fearful Intent 6th. Shane Falco 7th. Rise and Shine Seaside was 2nd. Section Line Big Rye 5th. By the Missile, the winner. One Last Laugh was 8th. Rechecking 439 672 518 on the bottom. Circle the 8 by the Missile. 148 and 2. In the winner circle, Dave Bianconi.
Thank you, Kenny Livingood. Just want to say, as Director of Racing here, a special thanks to all the connections that have come from across the country and Canada to race in our featured event of the season, the upcoming $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Some of the best 3-year-old colt pacers in the game in this Grand Circuit event that we are proud to host every year. I want to say a special thanks as well to the 3 men that we have named races for tonight. Tom Aldrich, longtime general manager and president. Also Myron Charna, longtime president. And the late Carl Milstein, that was the chairman of the board here for years. 3 guys that gave a 23-year-old a shot coming right out of college back in 1991, and I owe them a lot. So thank you, gentlemen, and let's have a great race here in the 2023 edition of the Carl Milstein Memorial.
Stepping up onto the track for the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial for 3-year-old pacers. Number 1 is 7 Colors, owned by Pollock, Armin, and Harris. Trained by Andrew Harris, Dexter Dunn in the bike. 2 is Buzzsaw Russ, owned by Russell Beeman and Charles Weaver. Trained by Melissa Essig. John DeLong sits behind. Joseph Smith owns the 3. Captain Batboy. Jordan Stratton drives for trainer Tom Fanning. Nickel, Beaton, McKinley, and Fielding, and Mercer team up with the 4. Redwood, Hanover. Anthony Beaton trains. James McDonald drives. That's the 4. Redwood, Hanover. Second in the Adios to Cannibal last out. On the track next will be the 5 Tip Top Cat, owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver, Buscemi, Canzone, and Carr. Trained by Ron Burke, who tries to sweep all 3 stakes on the program. Driven by Yannick Gingras, winner of the Kentucky Commonwealth at Lexington back on August 6th. Golden Greatness is owned by Ryder, Ezzo, Katz, Sabraco, and the Job Racing. Trained by Chris Ryder, David Miller drives, a 2-time New York Sire Stakes winner this season. Golden Greatness, post 6. 7 is Save America, owned by the 3 Brothers Stables and Caviar Farms. Trained by Nancy Tactor, driven by the Money Man, Scotty Zeron in the bike. Hambletonian winning connections here. Nancy Tactor and Scott Zeron team up with the 7 Save America. The 8, the Iowa bred, Chicken and Dice, owned by Thomas Carey and Jesse DeLong. Trained by Curtis Carey Aaron Merriman in the bike. 16 for 16. He's never lost. Chicken and Dice draws post 8 here tonight. And last up onto the track, the 9, Thunder Hunter Joe. Owned by Ham, Phillips, Jacquio, and DeVita Racing Stable. Nicholas DeVita trains, Tyler Buter drives. Last time out was a winning one. New York Sire Stakes action for Thunder Hunter Joe, who's 4 for 6 this season. That's the field for the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Back in the 10th race by the Missile with another legendary performance as he goes toward $2 million in career earnings. Post 8, no problem for the Missile. To the 11th race we go. The one everyone's been waiting for, $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. It's been talked about all week. TV did a great job of the graphics package earlier. We saw the horses back in the barns. Now they're on the track, tacked up and ready to roll. Full field of 9. And I'm going to go to the 5. Tip Top Cat, looking for Ron Burke to sweep the 3 stakes here on the program. Winner of the Kentucky Commonwealth, seems to be rounding into his best form of his career. Here as a 3-year-old, I'll use Tip Top Cat on top. For second, I'm going to the 4, Redwood Hanover. Finished second in the Adios to Cannibal. Wore down It's My Show. Ultimately got gunned down late up the inside by Redwood Hanover. That was a winning race, just unlucky there at the finish to finish second. I'll use Redwood Hanover second. And for third, I'm going to the 7, Save America. We heard Nancy Tactor talk earlier. The post positions have just been tough on this guy this season, but I think he might be a little bit better when he's off the pace. In that Meadowlands pace final, he was full of pace down the stretch, just had nowhere to go. Checked in 5th at a giant number from post 10. Then from post 8, they sent to the lead. Ultimately ended up finishing 4th, beating a length that day. But if he gets a ground-saving trip and can pick up some cover, Save America could be one rolling late. Came home in 25-3 in that Meadowlands pace. I'll use the Hambo winning connections here of Tactor and Zeron for a price. 5-4-7-1 for me. Gold Sheet Bob 6-5-4-1. Best of luck, race 11, $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Still some time left to wager here for the 11th race. Current betting favorite is the 1, 7 Colors from the rail at 9-5. First start in the Andrew Harris barn. 7 Colors Currently your favorite. Second choice goes to the 4, Redwood Hanover. Back-to-back second place finishes. 2 Cannibal did beat 7 Colors both times, though. 7 Colors draws a tad better here tonight. And your third choice on the board, co-third choices, the 2, Buzzsaw Russ with the 5, Tip Top Cat. Starting gate begins to roll. A field that combines for 58 wins and almost $2 million in career earnings. Full field of 9 heading behind the gate here as it's reached the top of the backstretch, trying to gather them in. And the wings of the starting gate now open for the 11th. From the rail out, 7 Colors, Dexter Dunn, Buzzsaw Russ, John DeLong, Captain Batboy, Jordan Stratton, Redwood Hanover, James McDonald, Tip Top Cat, Yannick Gingras, Golden Greatness, David Miller, Save America, Scott Ziron, Chicken and Dice, Aaron Merriman, Thunder Hunter Joe from the second tier with Tyler Buter, 9 3-year-old Pacers. They're at the head of the stretch for the 10th Carl Milstein Memorial. Here they come. They're off. They're pacing. Buzzsaw Ross firing out quickly for John DeLong. There goes Redwood Hanover from the rail is 7 Colors as they head down to the opening turn. Captain Batboy's going to drop in behind 7 Colors as Buzzsaw Russ drives up on the outside of 7 Colors. To the backstretch they go. Redwood Hanover is racing along in third. Captain Batboy gets away racing fourth. Tip Top Cat is mid-pack in front of Thunder Hunter Joe from the second tier, who's 2 lengths better than Golden Greatness. Toward the rear of the field is Save America, and Chicken and Dice is last of them all. 25-3. They are absolutely flying up front. And Redwood Hanover is used hard for James McDonald, but it secures the lead here. A length and a half better than Buzzsaw Russ as 7 Color steps off the rail for Dexter Dunn. Tip Top Cat tries to follow him second over. Captain Batboy will save ground at the pylons. Thunder Hunter Joe will be third up. Golden Greatness follows next. Save America's in at the pylons, and Chicken and Dice at the back. They come to the half in 53-4. A 28-1 second panel as Redwood Hanover tried to tap on the brakes, but now 7 Colors up on the outside. First up for Dexter Dunn. Buzzsaw Russ is pinned in at the pocket while racing third. Tip Top Cat second over. Well situated for Yannick while racing fourth. The MGM Messenger, Captain Batboy, is racing along in fifth. Thunder Hunter Joe is third up. Excess cover. So too Golden Greatness. Save America's at the pylons. To 3/4 they go. Redwood Hanover. He's there in 1:21. He leads into the far turn. 7 Colors continues to crank up the pressure, and now 7 Colors goes to the lead. There's less than a quarter of a mile to go in the 10th annual Carl Milstein Memorial, and 7 Colors is the leader by 2. Tip Top Cat off the rail trying to track down 7 Colors. Redwood Hanover not today. It's 7 Colors in deep stretch. Tip Top Cat down the center, but it's 7 Colors and Dexter Dunn in front by 2.5. Tip Top Cat was second. Buzzsaw Russ third. 148-1. Track record, 7 Colors. One, 7 Colors was first. 5, Tip Top Cat was home second. 2, Buzzsaw Russ was third, and 4, Redwood Hanover fourth. 1-5, 2-4, unofficial. Returning to the winner's circle is the 1-7 Colors, owned by William Pollock, Bruce Arman, and Andrew Harris, trained by Andrew Harris, driven victory by Dexter Dunn, his second win on the program. Bred in Kentucky by Alan Byler. 3-year-old bay colt by Stay Hungry out of Rainbow in the Dark by Better's Delight. 6th lifetime win, 5th this season. 7 Colors, not only track record, world record performance over the half here at MGM Northfield Park. Number 1, 7 Colors. The results are official here in the 11th race, 1-5, 2-4. In the winner's circle, Michael Carter with the winning connections of the 1-7 Colors.
All right, thank you, Kenny. We're here with some very happy winning connections. We'll talk to Dexter first so we can let 7 Colors get back to the barn. How about that effort?
Yeah, pretty impressive, wasn't it? You just couldn't quite get out of the gate quick enough to hold up, and we got away third. We weren't going to be unlucky with him. He was such a good run last week, and to his credit, I just rode up quietly, and then sort of coming towards the end of the back stretch, he had plenty of go, and James looked like he was starting to struggle a little bit, so I asked him for an effort, and he really kicked on great.
Dexter, I'll let you take him back. Congratulations. We'll talk to winning trainer Andrew Harris here in just a second. Andrew, a new barn acquisition for you. First start with him. How about that?
I really just got to say a big thank you to Bill Pollock and Bruce Arman for taking this ride with me, and it's working out really awesome for us. So we've got some nice horses, so it's working out great, and he's a nice addition.
Now, they set some pretty solid fractions up top. Did they worry you at all?
Brian did such a good job with this horse, and he had him prepped so well. If you look at the way he's raced the last 3 starts, I was actually pretty confident going to 3/4 because I watched him go first up against some really good horses last week. So I was like, if the horse on the front's taxed too much, we can take advantage of that. And I got to give big thanks to Brian. He did a great job with this horse, and I've just basically taken over a ready-made horse. So
One thing about him, he had a really big closing kick. He closed home there in 27-1 to a world record performance. Where to next?
Probably going to go to the Meadows, PA Sire Stakes, try and get some points there to finish off the PA Sire Stakes final, and then we'll see from there.
All right, Andrew, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Congratulations once again to the winning connections of the 1-7 colors. First start in the Andrew Harris barn, a world record performance. What a way to get a horse in your barn. Dexter Dunn picks up his second win as the results are official, 1-5, 2-4. 1-5 exacta, $29.40. 1-5-2 trifecta, $126.40. $1 pick 3, $5.80. The pick 4, $9.20. And the 20-cent super, $33.38. And here's the rundown from the 11th race. 7 colors first. Buzzsaw Russ was third. Captain Batboy 7th. Redwood Hanover 4th. Tip Top Cat was 2nd. Golden Greatness was 8th. Save America 5th. Chicken and Dice 9th. And Thunder Hunter Joe was 6th. Top down 1, 3, 7, 4, 2, 8, 5, 9, 6 on the bottom. Circle the 1-7 colors. Dexter Dunn picking up his second Milstein win. And that might have been the headliner event, but we still got some stakes races left to go. Ohio Sire Stakes action. Second division tonight for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings. They're on deck. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 4, $10,000 guaranteed in the pool. We have a field of 8 here coming up with no changes. And then following that will be the $100,000 fourth leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Colt and Geldings Trotters. 12th race in 7 minutes.
All right, back with Gold Sheet Bob here in the winner's circle. Got a $10,000 guaranteed pick 4 starting in this race 12. Now, Bob, you've hit both pick 4s. The first one paid $215. This one paid $9. But nothing you can do. This one is a lot more wide open, this late pick 4, though. So who do you like here in the upcoming 12?
I'm going to use a 3, 4, and 7 in here with my top pick being the $300 man. Recently added Lasix last time out and ran a very impressive mile on the engine. And I think Montreal T can do the same thing here tonight. But I'll also include the 4, Rose Run Zane. This one's been off 4 weeks, so that's slightly a concern. However, he made 2 breaks as last time at Northfield as the favorite and looked very good visually. Got included on a ticket as well.
All right, the 13th race is a $100,000 division. It's the only division of Ohio Sire Stakes here for 3-year-old Colt Trotters. Again, $100,000 up for grabs in the 13th. Who do you like in that one?
Well, I went 4 deep in this one, going with the 3, 4, 5, and 9. And the 9 is going to be your favorite, and it's been very good, winning 6 out of 7 this year. But it gets post number 9, so it needs a change in tactics here. So I'm going to go as my top pick is John Dutton. Recently added Lasix and looks very good finishing his miles. I think he's the one to beat.
All right, 14th race. Back to more overnight action as we start the late double. Who do you like in the 14th?
I like the 3 and the 7 in here, and Southwind Amazon's in this race. I think he's the best horse that's been stabled here on a regular basis. He's third all time in wins, and if he wins tonight, he'll tie Ramblin' Willie for second all time with 128 wins. So it'd be nice to see him come through on a big night like tonight.
That would be quite an accomplishment for Southwind Amazon. He's one behind Rambling Willie for second on the all-time win list. On the 15th and final, Bob, who are you going to bring it home with?
I like Major Fernco and another daily copy, the 2 and the 5. And I think the 5 is my top pick here. He's 5-1 on the morning line. Gets Brett Miller in the bike, and he's been very sharp. He's had some tough trips, but if he can get a good trip here on the leader pocket, I think he could get the job done here for Brett Miller.
All right, a much more wide-open sequence here in the late pick 4. It definitely is not going to pay $9. Again, thanks, Bob. Hopefully you'll sweep all 3 tonight.
Thank you.
On the track for the 12th race, Ohio Sire Stakes for 2-year-old Colton Gelding's Pacers, second division tonight. 1, I'm a Chick Magnet, is owned by Marjorie Paul Hamish, trained by Dan O'Mara. Kurt Sugg drives. Never to Late Stables, Sobraco and Fodera teaming up with the 2, Denial. Brett Miller drives for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. 3, $100 Man is owned by Brenda Teague, trained by Clyde Francis. Montreal Teague drives. John and Leanne Saunders team up with the 4, Rose Run Zane. David Miller drives for trainer Dan Veneer. 5 is High on the Hill, owned by the team of Nichols, Wozniak, and the VIP Internet Stables, trained by Brian Brown. Ronnie Wren Jr. sits behind. 6, Dancin' Moon, owned by the Hagerman Racing. Reeve and Hirschberger, trained by Herman Hagerman. Dexter Dunn drives. 7 Midwind Beach Boys, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, Roz Racing. Trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page, between the wheels. And the 8 is Houday Nation, owned by Laura and Paul Baker, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. Aaron Merriman handles the steering. Back in the 11th race, Top Selection, Tip Top Cat came home in second there as 7 Colors. Dominant display tonight. Had to come first up at the half. Was flushed out there and never looked back. World record mile here for 7 Colors and Dexter Dunn as we turn the page to the 12th race. And Gold Sheep Bob and I got this one in the exact same direction. Both going to the $300 man. Put Lasix for the first time back at Scioto Downs. Ohio Sire Stakes action there. And boy, did he respond. 27-3 last quarter, 51-4 final time. That was his best mile of the season by a full second. Second time Lasix here tonight. Picks up Montreal Teague once again. $100 man, my top choice for second. I'm using the 7 Midwind Beach Boy. Pair of good efforts from Post 8, the last 2 efforts from Scioto Downs. 1 in Ohio Sire Stakes here at Northfield. 1 for 1 this season here. Been consistent this season, just hasn't had the great post draw, but Midwind Beach Boy I'll use second. And for third, the 4 Rose Run Zane was the favorite last time out when we saw him. It was almost a month ago, though, which is a tad concerning. Did make a break after the start, and then a break when turning for home. Rose Run Zane currently 4-5, though, so a lot of hopes tonight for him as he tries to get back on track and pick up a second win in the Ohio Sire Stakes. 3-7-4-5 for Gold Sheep Bob and I here in the 12th. $10,000 guaranteed in the pick 4 pool. Starter call here for the 12th. At the head of the stretch. Off and a pacing $100 man leaves alertly. Rose Run Zane is geared up to go, and I'm a Chick Magnet. Into the opening turn, it's $100 man and Montreal Teague up on the engine. I'm a Chick Magnet, and driving forward is Rose Run Zane. So too is Midwind Beach Boy from the back of the pack. Denial is in at the pylons 5th. High on the Hill gets away in 6th. Dancing Moon and Who Day Nation is the back marker. Rose Run Zane shoots to the top now for David Miller as they head to the opening quarter. Midwind Beach Boy stays on the gas. $100 man down at the pylons, back to 4th, and I'm a Chick Magnet 27-2. Denial races along 5th, then High on the Hill from 6th. The two at the back, Dancing Moon and Who Day Nation, still the trailer. The freshman Pacers complete 3/8 of a mile, and Midwind Beach Boy and Chris Page get to the point here. Now they're clear by 2.5 on Rose Run Zane. $100 man made the early lead, but finds himself back in 3rd and 3.5 behind. As they head to the halfway point, Denial steps off the rail. That'll flush $100 man back out. I'm a Chick Magnet is pinned at the pylons, then High on the Hill. Dancing Moon and Nothing Yet from Who Day Nation. 56 seconds the time for the half mile. Midwind Beach Boy facing pressure from $100 man, who's just 1 length behind now, 3/4, and $100 man announces his presence. Denial well situated second. Over off the tip, 3 wide for Brett Miller. Rose Run Zane is pinned in the pocket while racing 4th as $100 man is the new leader. Midwind Beach Boy starts to retreat. Denial up on the outside. Rose Run Zane needs a way through. 1:23-4 for 3/4, a 27-4 third panel. Denial strikes the front for Brett Miller around the far turn. $100 man at the inside. High on the Hill is revving up 3 wide for Ronnie Wren. Midwind Beach Boy is 4th as they make their way to the top of the stretch. $100 man cuts the corner. Off the turn in front. Down the center comes Denial with a full head of steam. Is High on the Hill. It's Denial who's got his nose in front. Denial is going to score here at 20-1. High on the Hill was second in 152-2. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Denial. Owned by Never Too Late Stable, Joe Sabraco and John Fodera. Trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., driven to victory by Brett Miller, his second win on the program. Bred in Ohio by William Walters and Joseph McLeod. 2-year-old bay gelding by Lather Up out of Tea Time by Cam Luck. First career win, 152-2. 2537 official. $2.5 exact to $191.40. And the 253 trifecta, $863. 12th race rundown. I'm a Chick Magnet was 5th. Denial the winner. $100 Man was 3rd. Rose Run Zane 7th. High on the Hill 2nd. Dancing Moon 6th. Midwind Beach Boy was 4th. Who Day Nation was 8th. Top down 513, 726, 48 on the bottom. Circle of 2, Denial, 152-2. One stakes race left on the program. It's race 13. 3-year-old Colton Geldings in their 4th leg for the Ohio Sire Stakes. Trotters, full field of 9, no changes. Exacta trifecta, $1 pick 3. 20-cent super high 5, $10,000 guaranteed in the pool. They'll be on the track in 4 minutes. On the track for the 13th race. One is Jogging Full Trot, owned by Julian Dale Sweet and Martin Wallum. Trained by Miles Wallum, David Miller sits behind. 2 Burton's Hill, owned by Joyce McClelland and Virgil Morgan Jr. trains Brett Miller on the lines. 3 KJ Alexander is owned by Pamela Wagner and Scott Woogan, trained by Alicia Hanners, Dexter Dunn catch drives. 4 John Dutton, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Yoder, and Roz Racing, trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page up. Aaron Merriman pilots the 5 Black Magic for trainer Steve Cross and owners Gutnick, Pontone, and Lozito Jr. 6 Chapter 12 is owned and trained by Betty Clegg with the services of Jordan Stratton. Stumpy is owned and trained by Alan Miller. Yannick Gingras drives. He's the 7. 8 is Rumble Strips, owned by Constance Paul Hamus and Mary Walters, trained by Mike Paul Hamus. Kane Kaufman drives. And from the second tier, the 9, Jet Hill, owned by the Serenity Racing Stables, trained by Edward Miller. Ronnie Wren Jr. has the lines. There is exacta trifecta $1 pick 3, 20-cent super high 5 wagering, $10,000 guaranteed in that super high 5 pool. Back in race 12, did not have the 2 Denial as he picked up his first win, a son of Lather Up. $73,000 purchase at the Ohio sale. Breaks through tonight with a 20-1 upset. As we turn the page to the 13th race, it's the $100,000 Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Colton Geldings. 4th leg tonight for the Trotters. Full field of 9, and I'm going to go to the 1, Jogging Full Trot here from the rail. Finished 3rd in Ohio's fair event at Scioto last time out. Was parked out the mile, didn't get to see the pylons. Came home 27-4, 54-3 final time. Was only beaten 2 lengths that day behind Jet Hill. That was from post 7. Now he gets the rail. Won the last time we saw him here at Northfield in the Ohio Sire Stakes back on Battle Night all the way back on June 10th. We know he likes it here. He gets the rail, picks up the Buckeye, David Miller. I'll use him on top here, 9-1. For second, I'm going to the 9, Jet Hill. 3 for 3 in the Ohio Sire Stakes. The one to beat here, Jet Hill. But he has to overcome that second tier post. Going to be a short price. Also won the fair event at Scioto last time over the aforementioned Jogging Full Trot. But I'm going to use him second here because of the major price difference. And for third, I'll throw in the 2, Burton's Hill. We just saw Virgil Morgan with the upset from post 2 with Brett Miller. How about right here, back again with this guy, back-to-back post 8. Finished second in the Richardson, then finished 4th, while also not seeing a pylon behind Jet Hill as well. Post relief, a little bit better trip. That's where I'm going here. 1-9, 2-4. Gold Sheet Bob 4-9, 5-3. Best of luck here in the 13th. Starter call. Full field of 9 trotters lined up at the head of the stretch and picking up speed for the $100,000 Ohio Sire Stakes action. 4th leg, here they come. They're off. They're trotting. John Dutton, Black Magic. These two leave together. Chapter 12 from the outside is put into play. So too was Rumble Strips as they head down to the opening turn. John Dutton comes away with the lead. Black Magic up on the outside. Jogging Full Trot is third for the moment as Chapter 12 drives forward for Jordan Stratton. From the second tier, Jet Hill is next in 5th. Off straight at the rear goes Stumpy. Jet Hill's in front of Burton's Hill. Then comes KJ Alexander, who's ahead of Rumble Strips and Stumpy the Breaker as they head to the opening quarter station. They click it off in 27-1, and John Dutton is the leader with Black Magic racing along in second. Chapter 12 has not seen a pylon for Jordan Stratton third. Jogging Full Trot trying to close down that hole from fourth. Jet Hill is patiently handled while fifth. Burton's Hill is sixth. KJ Alexander seventh. Length and a half better than Rumble Strips, and a long way back to the distant trailer, Stumpy. Down by us here for the first time, John Dutton in a bid to make all. Now the leader is Jogging Full Trot, tips first up, trying to chase down John Dutton. Black Magic is in at the pylons while third. Chapter 12 is plummeting past the half in 56 seconds. Jet Hill will be second up behind Jogging Full Trot as they head around the clubhouse turn. Meanwhile, it's John Dutton who's the leader. Black Magic is second. Jogging Full Trot dropped down to the pylons while third. Jet Hill now going to have to do it the hard way, uncovered, but he's marching forward. Off stride went Burton's Hill as they race to 3/4. John Dutton in a bid to make all. Jet Hill is right there, a length and a half behind. Then comes Black Magic, 124 and 1 for 3/4. Jogging Full Trot is fourth. As they round the far turn, John Dutton the leader. Jet Hill continues to plug away while first over. Then Black Magic and Jogging Full Trot. There's an eighth of a mile left to go. And John Dutton is off the turn in front. He's clear by 2. Jet Hill, then Black Magic and Jogging Full Trot down the center. But it's John Dutton in deep stretch. John Dutton gonna score. Tight for second, maybe Black Magic, 152 and 2. Four, John Dutton, the winner. 5, Black Magic, second. 9, Jet Hill, third. 1, Jogging Full Trot, fourth. 3, KJ Alexander completes the high five. 4, 5, 9, 1, and 3. Back to the winner's circle is the 4, John Dutton, owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Yoder, and Roz Racing, trained by Ron Burke, training 4-bagger for Ronnie Burke. Driven victory by Chris Page. 10th lifetime win, 8th this season for John Dutton. who was bred by the Colrig Racing Stable, and Nicholas Catalano in Pennsylvania. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by What the Hill out of Fast Love by Chapter 7, John Dutton, 152 and 2. Four, 5, 9, 1, and 3 official here in the 13th race. 5 minutes to race 14. Full field of 9, no changes on the track in 5 minutes. Thirteenth race rundown. Jogging Full Trot was 4th. Burton's Hill was 9th. KJ Alexander 5th. John Dutton the winner. Black Magic was home 2nd. Chapter 12 was 8th. Stumpy 7th. Rumble Strip 6th. And Jet Hill 3rd. Rechecking 495, 1287, 63 on the bottom circle of 4. John Dutton 152 and 2. 14th race Pacers on deck. Full field of 9. Exacta trifecta. 20-cent superfecta. Late daily double wagering. 2 races to go here at MGM Northfield Park. 4 minutes to the 14th. 14th race pacer, step up onto the track. 1 Andale Andale is owned by Courtney Blodgett, trained by Matthew Burkholder with the services of Chris Lems. 2 Just Book 'em is owned by the Scalacci Stables, Wren Jr. Racing in Ebersol, trained by Sam Scalacci, Ronnie Wren Jr. Pilots. Kick It Stables send out the 3 Not Today, trained and driven by John Sioka Jr. 4 is My Friend Mel, owned by Judy Rogner, trained by Jessica Rogner. Kurt Sugg pushes the buttons. 5 Elite Machine, Brett Miller drives for owner-trainer Donald Lark Jr. Pod Stable bring out the 6 Nayreet, Chris Page in the bike for trainer Jessica Milner. 7 Southwind Amazon is owned by Amir Nager, trained by Paul Holtzman. Billy Davis Jr. up. 8 Be a Lucky Star, owned by Mark Wright, trained by Renee Loney. Hunter Myers gives the cues. And the 9 Lord Anthony is owned by Randall Bendis in the Pollock Racing, trained by Randy Bendis. Aaron Merriman sits behind Exacta Trifecta, 20-cent Superfecta, late daily double wagering here in the 14th race. Back in race 13, top selection was the 1 Jogging Full Trot, checked in 4th. There was in a photo, just missed getting 2nd. But John Dutton, too good tonight, made the lead and never looked back for the Burke Barn. As we turn over here to the 14th race. I go to the 4, My Friend Mel, coming out of the Jessica Rogner barn, was at non-winners 10,000 last time we saw him on the track. From post 8, that trip just wasn't going to work out. Was sent off at 53-1 that day. I'm just going to draw a line from that post 8 effort. 2 back, non-winners 8,000, checked in 3rd from the rail. Came home 28-4, 51 the final time. Takes another drop down in class here to non-winners 6,500. So I'm going to use My Friend Mel on top here. For second, I go to the 3, Not Today. Is your current 5-2 lukewarm favorite for John Sioka Jr. Also taking a drop down in class. 2 back at non-winners 6,500. Finished second behind Captain of Rock and Roll. 27-3. They came home that day. I'll use him second. And for third, I'll throw in the 6, Nayreet. Back-to-back scores for the Jessica Milner barn. Does have to step up in class once again, but a 3-length dominant winner last time at non-winners 5,000. I don't see any reason why he can't handle the step up here. We'll see tonight. This class a little tougher, but I'll use him underneath for 14-1 exotics play. 4-3-6-9 for me. Gold Sheet Bob completely different with 3-7, 2 and 5. Best of luck here in the 14th. Starter call. At the head of the stretch. Off stride goes the one, on delay. The rest of them off and pacing. My friend Mel gets the first call. Not today. Is away alertly for John Sioka Jr. and Southwind Amazon is put into play. Down to the opening turn they go. Not today. Comes away with the lead and puts My Friend Mel on his back as Southwind Amazon will tuck into third. In front of Just Bookham, who races along in fourth. Lord Anthony from the second tier is fifth. They're being followed by Elite Machine, who's racing along in sixth. Then comes Nayrit ahead of Be a Lucky Star. And it's a 10-length gap back to On Delay, who was the breaker. Opening quarter, 28 seconds. Not today on the front end tonight. Clear by two of My Friend Mel with Southwind Amazon. Racing along at the pylons while third. Now going to step off the rail as Just Bookham flushed him out. They're being followed by Lord Anthony, who's also off the rail for Merriman. Elite Machine saving ground. Then comes Nayrit. Toward the back is Be a Lucky Star. And On Delay still the trailer. Not today and Southwind Amazon. They're coming to the halfway station together in 55 and 4. Up top, Not Today is the leader. Southwind Amazon just 3 parts of a length behind as they head around the turn. My Friend Mel's had a great trip in the pocket spot. Second up is Just Bookham. Then is Lord Anthony ahead of Elite Machine, followed by Be a Lucky Star and Nayrit as they step on the backstretch and approach a quarter of a mile left to go. Not Today is the leader. Southwind Amazon just a length behind, while second. Pinned in is My Friend Mel racing third and 2.5 behind. Out wide on the course is Just Bookham and then Lord Anthony 1:22 and 4 for 3/4, and Not Today takes the field into the far turn, clear by 2. Southwind Amazon, My Friend Mel is moving up at the pylons. 3 wide from the back comes Elite Machine. Lord Anthony trying to pick his way through traffic. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Not Today is off the turn, clear by 2. My Friend Mel, Not Today is lengthening that lead, clear by 3 in deep stretch. It's Not Today to score tonight. My Friend Mel clinging to second in 151 and 3. Three, 4, 5, 9 posted on official. Returning back to the winner's circle is the 3, Not Today. Owned by the Kick It Stables, trained and driven to victory by John Sioka Jr. Lifetime win number 20 and 4th on the season for the 5-year-old son of Art Major. It's Not Today in 151 and 3. Three four exacta $48.60. 345 trifecta $262.20. Super $115.46. Andale was 7th, just Bookham 6th. Not today, your race winner. My friend Mel 2nd, Elite Machine 3rd. Nayreet was 9th, Southwind Amazon 5th, Be a Lucky Star 8th, and Lord Anthony 4th. Top down 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 9, 5, 8, 4 on the bottom. Circle the 3, not today. 151 and 3. 1 to go to conclude Carl Milstein Memorial Night. 15th race Pacers, full field of 9, exacta trifecta, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. 2 minutes. On the track for the finale. One is Melody's Major, owned by the Scalacci Stables and Sambova Racing, trained by Sam Scalacci. Hunter Myers drives. MT Stables Ontario bring out the 2 Major Fernco. Aaron Merriman pilots for trainer Braden Rhodes. Oakwood Patty is the 3. Tyler Smith drives for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. and owners Robert Corrigan and Rory McNulty. Moved by the Spirit is owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke, with the services of Ronnie Wren Jr. He's the 4. Another Daily Copy is the 5. Owned by Melvin Fink, trained by Paul Holtzman. Brett Miller sits behind. 6 is Fly Charlie Fly, owned by Cheryl Button, trained by Jeff Ebersol. Luke Ebersol has the driving assignment. 7 Back in My Day is owned by Rebecca Sugg and owner-trainer Jessica Rogner. Kurt Sugg, the regular linesman. 8 Never Pop the Plugs, owned by Kirk Nichols and Chris Page, trained by Timothy Grubb. Chris Page drives. And the 9 Sawyer's Desire is owned by the Thunder Racing Stables, trained by Corey Kreiser, Billy Davis Jr. in the sulky. Exacta trifecta, 20 cents superfecta here for the 15th and final, the get out pace. And back in race 14, our top 2 selections flipped around for an exacta box there that returned just short of $50. My friend Mel Holmes second behind a pretty impressive winner, not today, made the front, ended up drawing off there in deep stretch, won by 2 or 3 lengths in the end for John Sioka Jr. as we flip over to the 15th. I'm going to try to end things tonight with a 2 Major Fernco. Not a lot of support so far on the board, 7-1. Raced in the Open last week on Sunday. Made a break while diving down to the passing lane for Merriman. Went off 4-1 that day. Now takes a big drop in class back to non-winners 8,000. Last time he was here, he won by open lengths, won by 3 from post 4. Was scratched sick 3 races back at Scioto, but has since come back. I thought the efforts have been okay. They've just been against tougher competition. Now gets post 2 against a softer field. I'm going to put him on top here for second. I'll use the 7 Back in My Day. Continue to use this guy every single week. Always shows up with his best, 20 for 24 in the top 3 this season. 4 straight second-place finishes. Just doesn't seem to want to go by the horse in front. Has had some really good closing kicks and just not able to punch his ticket to the winner's circle. From post 7, it'll be tough tonight, but I'm going to use him second anyways. And for third, I'll use the 4 Moved by the Spirit. Second at non-winners 10,000. Now takes a drop down back to 8,000 where he won by 4 lengths for Ronnie Burke. And Ronnie ran back on July 30th. 2, 7, 4, 5 for me. Gold Sheep Bob, 5, 2, 4, and 6. Best of luck in race 15. Starter call for the finale. At the head of the stretch, and here they come. Often pacing in the finale, Melody's Major, Major Fern Cohen, Moved by the Spirit. All three of these will flash early speed, but it's Melody's Major using that inside rail advantage for Hunter Myers to come away with the lead. Major Fernco will pocket up here as they step on to the backstretch with Moved by the Spirit getting away in third. Sawyer's Desire from the second tier races along in fourth at Oakwood Patty, who's racing mid-pack. Another daily copy is behind him. Then Fly Charlie Fly, Back in My Day, and Never Pop the Plugs is the back marker. Melody's Major past the opening quarter, 26-4. Melody's Major at 49-1. Upset minded here. Major Fernco gets the pocket ride. Moved by the Spirit is racing along third. Sawyer's Desire is fourth. Oakwood Patty is gapped while racing fifth. Another daily copy is sixth. Back in My Day from the back of the pack is trying to launch a rally and develop that outer flow. That's going to flush another daily copy off the rail. Saving ground is Fly Charlie Fly and Never Pop the Plugs, the back marker. Major Fernco out of the deuce now at the halfway point, 55-3. And Major Fernco tries to take over from Melody's Major. Moved by the Spirit will follow him off the rail. So too did Sawyer's Desire, able to slip through at the pylons as Oakwood Patty. Then another daily copy was fourth up. Back in My Day is caught fifth up as Major Fernco spun his wheels, so he drops behind Melody's Major. Moved by the Spirit, uncovered, shooting to the top for Ronnie Wren, and now Moved by the Spirit takes over. Melody's Major back to second. Sawyer's Desire left uncovered on the outside wall third. Then Major Fernco and another daily copy, three quarters, 122-3. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Moved by the Spirit is clear by two. Sawyer's Desire trying to close in. So too another daily copy. Not today. Melody's Major, Major Fernco. There's an eighth of a mile left to go in the finale, and Moved by the Spirit off the turn. Sawyer's Desire down the center trying to gather up momentum, but it's Moved by the Spirit. Sawyer's Desire a final try. 5 wins for Ronnie Burke. Moved by the Spirit in front. Sawyer's Desire was home second, 150-3. Four, Moved by the Spirit, the winner. 9, Sawyer's Desire was home second. 5, another daily copy third. 2, Major Fernco rallied to be fourth. 4-9-5-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle, the 4, Moved by the Spirit, owned by the Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke and driven to victory by Ronnie Wren Jr. 5 wins for Ron Burke tonight. Bred in Ohio by Timothy Lane. 4-year-old bay gelding by Western Vintage out of Lord I Apologize by On the Attack. 11th lifetime win and 5th this season. Ronnie Wren picks up a pair as well. Moved by the Spirit scores in the finale, 150-3. Results official, 4-9-5-2. 4-9 exacta, $26.60. 4-9-5 trifecta, $85.20. The late double, $18.20. Pick 3, $37.20. Pick 4, $1,305.50. 20-cent super, $19.40. Pick 6 pays 5 of 6 for $20.25, which leaves a carryover of $1,823 into tomorrow night's program. Melody's Major 7th, Major Fernco 4th, Oakwood Patty 9th, Moved by the Spirit the winner. Another Daily Copy 3rd, Fly Charlie Fly was 8th, Back in My Day was 6th, Never Popped the Plugs 5th, Sawyer's Desire 2nd. Rechecking 749 138 652 on the bottom, Circle the 4, Moved by the Spirit 150 and 3. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. We want to thank you all for joining us here on our Carl Milstein Memorial Night. Live racing resumes tomorrow at 6 p.m. for a 17-race program before the short 2-week break. Hope you enjoyed your evening here, and we'll see you tomorrow night.